Junior with the cash.
I talked to her directly today too, because I had to go for the form. What?
Have a current state.
Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we?
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Good morning.
It's not morning.
Remember when John used to do the show in the studio with us?
Remember when Nick used to center his camera properly?
He likes the rule of thirds. He likes being. Nick loves being on the left. He's a big left guy.
I'm gonna start calling you Door because I see
like-
more of the door than I do of you.
We should just
John, that is a hilarious joke.
We should start calling him.
I see it. I mean, it's right there.
We should start calling him Klobuchar because of how left he is.
Wow, what a reference. When I think of lefties, I think of Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah,
That's the first person that I think
Warren and Klobuchar to the left.
Now,
baby.
now we're getting a little warmer, I think. Now we're getting a little warmer.
Should we start calling Nick Bernie?
Nice. Now,
Maybe.
1%.
Now we're very warm.
If we called Nick Bernie, he'd be off the camera.
All right, we need to stop this conversation right now because
Why?
you were trying to get into the Epstein files apparently today, and your producer had to stop you.
Well,
Whoa.
I'm talking. If I was a Giants fan, I'd be a little bit concerned about the viability of my part owner.
Right now, if you're anybody who has any money at all, I'd be concerned because you're all being mentioned.
That's
No, not
why
Joe
I'm
Rogan.
glad I'm poor.
Exactly.
that's
This
why-
is the advantage
so,
of being the poor.
Nick, real quick, is the implication here that if you were rich, you would be a pedophile?
No. But John is saying people with
By the
money.
way,
He's
I was
implying
about
that
to
all the
say,
rich people
I
are.
feel like I could have money and not like.
I wouldn't
underage
show
women.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's. I'm
Yeah,
out
it
on
seems
that.
like an extremely easy thing to not do.
I would agree.
Hey, you want to come to my island? No, I don't.
Good take, Nick.
But what if in order to get the money, you had to have these weird things about you?
Are there people who went onto the island but didn't do anything? There are people who exist in that, like they went.
Like, there are people who were just completely unaware of anything that was happening. It was just a nice vacation.
Yeah, they were the cleanup crew to make sure that nobody slipped in front of the Purdue bench.
I think that was the argument. Nice, John. I think that was the argument that Malcolm Gladwell made. Like, I just liked his plane. Yeah.
I just wanted to go for the foliage.
It's like
I thought it
There's
was
some beautiful
did-
palm
did-
trees and
did-
other exotic plants.
Did some people in Germany in 1945 go, I really like Poland? I just really wanted to see what Poland.
Well,
was
by
over.
that time, Poland had been taken over by the Russians.
Hey, by the way,
So they
speaking
were-
of the Nebraska Purdue situation from the other night, so yesterday,
Oh, no.
Nick played the yakety sax.
he
Now-
did.
Now I
He did.
had a Nebraska fan reach out to me and say, "Can we edit the end of the Creighton game last night, also with yakety sax, because we are equal opportunity offenders."
Do we have that video?
Yeah, John. I know John has that video cut.
We
up.
are
John, let's
equal-
get that into the system.
I
and,
do not have that video cut.
All right, I guess Nick just play the song and I'll say Creighton loses.
Okay.
Yeah, just for the.
We are equal opportunity trolling.
I love making fun of everybody.
You do.
Yeah,
That's why we're friends.
Yeah, exactly. I'm way in on.
I'm a masochist when it comes.
And Creighton loses to DePaul for the first time in over a decade. Yikes! Bad season.
Do you know
Jay
that?
suck.
Do you know that I went 45% of my life with never seeing Creighton lose to DePaul.
I heard that stat on your show today. That is wild.
Wasn't that an old?
Absolutely wild.
Wasn't that an old Nick Bob bit? Thank God for DePaul because it was usually a guaranteed win.
Was that a Nick Bob bit?
I don't recall.
Well, not anymore.
I remember him
Wintrust
always.
Arena.
I remember him saying, "Thank God for
Chicago
DePaul."
stands tall.
I was laughing so hard. John, obviously, you were not watching the post-game coverage on Peacock, but Fanta was like, how about this atmosphere? And I was like, what are you talking about? He was doing that with Holtman. Holtman's, we're building. And, the fans here, we love them.
Yeah, the 800
I know
people.
all of their names.
Yes, literally.
It's like the first ever church service when 5
John,
people show up.
I think there are more.
John, I love you. You're a great guy. You're a great broadcaster, but that's like WWF 1995 level vibes. Man, we're in this high school gym. Look at this excitement. The people are excited.
John, he was like, so that's just Big East basketball. And I was like, no, I mean, yes, technically, but
well, it was Big East basketball.
Legally, I can't argue. No argument there.
It is in the league.
That's when like the end of ECW in the Hammerstein Ballroom when there was about 220 people to see Sabu, who's just like, oh my God.
So
listen to this crowd.
Look at this crowd.
Okay, John, do you remember the name of his analyst last night? Because I have a question that I would like
Merkel or something, or Matt?
No,
or,
Matt McCall.
Matt McCall, yes.
I wasn't that old.
Okay, I want to look up this man's age. Okay, so he's older than I thought he was.
Is he a former player?
He's a former I don't know. He's a coach at the very least. He was a student manager with Florida way back in the day.
I looked at him and I go, that guy didn't play.
Okay, so he is 44 years old, and Fanta kept calling him coach. By the way, his Wikipedia page.
What did he?
Oh, never mind. He coached.
Is it like coach for Mercyhurst women's basketball?
He was. In fairness to him, he coached UMass, and before that, he coached Chattanooga. But he was like, I'm here with the coach, blah blah blah. And I thought he was in his 30s, so maybe this question is now unfair with me. But if you're a sub 500 coach, like
no way.
I don't think that you bestowed the honor of called coach on a broadcast. I think he should have been called Matt, not coach.
Yes.
That's just like if Greg McDermott retired after this season, he went into television.
I think
he is coach.
To me, when the guys who we call coach are like they're 68 years old and they coach for 42
not a
years.
Guy who's barely older than me.
Yes.
Thank you. I was like, that guy is my age.
They're like, are we called like Doc? Hey, Doc, stuff like you're not calling it a 33-year-old Doc.
I'm happy that I just was like a bit squeamish on calling
I agree.
coach who's like my age.
If I'm calling, I couldn't agree more. If you're being called coach, you are 72 years old and you've been to at least one Final Four.
There we go. Sindelar says, I would rather listen to the recording that Werner Herzog listened to at the end of the Grizzly Man than listen to John Fanta ever again.
Okay.
What a reference, first of all. Do you get this reference?
No, absolutely.
No.
Werner Herzog, there was this bear attack on people, and he had it in this documentary, but he wouldn't include it. He just had footage of him watching it because it was so horrifying to listen to the screams as a bear ate people.
Oh, my God.
Your thoughts?
I don't want to watch that.
Would you rather listen to that than Fanta?
No.
Okay.
No, God. Why would I want to?
Friend of the morning show, John Fanta.
I have anxiety about death. So it's like I don't want to dive too deep into that.
Okay. Interesting.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
fine.
like that.
Otson says Fanta is fine. I liked more as a conference studio honk than a play-by-play guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Do not begrudge his success.
I'll be honest with you, man. Fanta can call a bowling match. You ever watch the Pro Bowling Association with John Fanta, man?
Why would I?
That guy's got electricity.
You watch too many sports.
Why? What do you mean?
You watch too many sports.
What do you mean? The PBA.
You watch too many sports.
The PBA was always the lead-in for FS1 for Big Ten games, and so if you got there about 40 minutes early, or if you stayed,
why are you going there? First of all, why are you going there 40 minutes early?
5 minutes early. I've watched fishing.
I mean, you know what tip-off time is. If it's at 6 o'clock, you're not. Oh, I got to turn this TV on at 5:20 so I don't forget.
Yeah, think of all the things that you could have been.
You know what? Why is my producer always making fun of me? Why is he always the guy?
Well, I mean.
Wait,
you're leaving him a big, wide open door to walk through.
The guideline of you today, by the way, is why is everyone making fun of me? Have you ever thought to look inward?
First off, I'm okay with being made fun of. There was just
needs to be by funny people.
It just needs to be.
So is
funny.
not funny?
That was
funny. Get a life.
That was correct.
Yeah, that was funny.
You know what? Ever since I became the midday show host, now I feel like I've become more sensitive, and I used to be kind of a little more rock hard when it came to being made fun of.
I don't think Nick's listening, but Nick, mark it. There was something funny there. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I guess good.
Nick's working with his. On his
By the way, you
401k.
guys mark so many things, and I never hear it again.
Yeah, that's
That happens a lot.
Yeah, that's
there's been about 9 things that I've said that have been marked, and I have yet to hear it.
Yeah, well, maybe.
I mean, if we had interns, we would be able to keep all this, but the problem is we have the director of video as
Can you
director
imagine
of
if
audio.
I had an intern?
Nick only can do
No.
director of video.
Hodson writes, the morning show made me rock hard. It's a good show. I mean, you really like it though.
Yeah.
I did enjoy the morning show.
Yeah, it's funny. Wait.
Oh, now it's past tense.
Oh, he was talking about his old show. I thought I was talking about the new show, the current show.
The current show just like treats me like I'm a scientific cell. They put me under a microscope, and every word has to be
You're
exactly
you're
right.
an interesting person.
You are,
Thank
and
you.
you'd think that we kind of do the same thing now.
Yeah. You go out to eat every day. You spend half your paycheck on food.
I do spend a
Yeah.
lot of money on it.
Yeah.
You have the strong opinions on the places that you get a specific type of beer. I obviously
Yeah.
listened to the crossover today. You were talking about Brazen Head again.
I
which
love
is-
Brazen
I
Head.
know you do. You talk about it all the time.
It's a great place.
Shucks and Brazen Head.
Yeah,
we
those
got to
are my
get you an
spots.
endorsement to one of those places, man.
Dude,
So maybe you know what, they're probably listening. Like, why do we need to pay him? He's already talking
Exactly.
about
He's
us.
already coming here. We don't need his money, or we don't need to pay him anything.
By
He's
the way,
paying
yeah,
us.
I really do give a lot of free promotion.
You do, yeah. No free ads. You're not.
Yeah,
a
you
might
might need to be a little more judicious when it comes to
But I'll
doling
tell
out
you
all
this
these
right
praises.
now: if my throwing out praises to other restaurants, my loyalty to Shucks and Brazen Head can be bought. Okay,
Nice.
if somebody comes along, some restaurant comes along and says, "Matt, we would like to be your sponsor," I will drop those two like a bad habit, and I will go there.
Hey, everybody, it's Matt McMaster here for Long John Silver's.
Hey.
Man, when I go to get my
Oh, yeah.
oysters, I like them deep fried. And don't forget the cheesecake.
I'm gonna be real with you. If Long John Silver sponsored me, I'd wear them like a NASCAR jumpsuit. All right, they'd be everywhere.
Well,
I would-
as long as when you wear it, it wears out the full name. Your hat is very distracting to me today because
Black shirt.
I'm trying to come up. It could be block shorts.
What is a block short, John Bishop? What
You
is
tell
it?
us
I don't
you're wearing
know
the hat.
what is a block short.
It's a probably, honestly, Nebraska football over the last 25 years have been more akin to block
Block
shorts
shorts?
than black shirts.
That's what.
Well,
we'll start
actually,
calling the
block
defense.
shorts. That
Block
would be for the
shorts.
block shorts. Would be the offensive line.
Here comes the block.
That block was just a little short.
Mhm.
I'd start if Long John
Black
Silver's
shirts and
or
block
any
And
shorts.
that's Will Campbell on Sunday with his tiny head.
Block shorts.
Mark that, Nick. Mark that.
There we
Mark
go.
that.
Thank you, Nick.
Mark that, and we'll never play that again either.
Well, one of the things is that if I got sponsored by like a national brand, like I would talk about my show like NASCAR drivers talk about their cars.
What does that mean?
The Long John Silver's, Menards, Home Depot,
Oh.
Radio Shack, Middays with Matt show ran a great show today. I mean, it was 4 hours of just absolute riveting content. And you know what? We were as fast today on our show as Xfinity Wi-Fi.
Did you hear, John, that he's going to
Yeah.
break down the Daytona 500 tomorrow? Did you hear this?
Did
You
see-
are?
Hey, did you see Bowman, man? You see the number 48 yesterday?
I didn't see any of it yesterday.
car was
'cause-
I'm starting to think John's not as
Because
big of a NASCAR fan as I thought he was.
Rowdy.
Whoa! I was
Like-
doing a game.
I know, but
the
like
qualifying was happening. I would have been on the TV last night if I wouldn't have been doing
but
that.
Rowdy.
like Nick has so many takes about NASCAR, and you're always like, I didn't see it. You know, Nick's like, did you see this? And you're always like, I didn't see it.
Rowdy's car looked great yesterday.
I'm just maybe
It's very-
I'm surrounded by
it's
bigger
too
NASCAR
busy.
fans.
It's too busy.
You're too busy, or the sports
No, the
too
car
busy?
is too busy. You were talking about.
Hmm.
I did see a highlight. I miss the days. I miss the days where the cars didn't look so busy.
What does that
Now that they
mean?
use all the wraps and stuff, and it's not actual
I
paint.
agree.
I miss
There's
when the
just
numbers
too many
were in the center.
graphics and stuff, and it's like, oh my god, this is too busy.
I-
I
numbers
can't even hardly tell
Closer
who's
to the
who.
front.
I actually do think NASCAR has missed a little bit with not having the same paint schemes week in and week out. Like I
Oh,
think-
Yeah, no,
absolutely.
that is
you lose
NASCAR
identity.
Is NASCAR like NBA uniforms? It's
Dude,
just
yes.
always-
Basically,
it's
yeah.
always different.
Yes.
Because
This is a travesty.
they sell out every single week for a web jump. Like Bubba Wallace, all those 2311 cars are the best examples of. They always show up in a different paint scheme every week for whatever company wants
Well,
to pay them more for that.
Yeah, I mean,
specific race.
the biggest problem is it used to be that you got one major sponsor
Yeah.
every year,
yeah,
like STP
title
for Richard
sponsor.
Petty
yes.
or Goodwrench for
Union
Dale
Bank
Earnhardt.
and Trust.
And now there's probably like most
There's
teams
like
have
4.
3 or 4, sometimes 5, and so they rotate. So 1 week Chase Elliott will have Napa. The next week it'll be Kelly Blue Book. The next week it'll be Valvoline.
There's only a couple that have like the same, like Chase Briscoe in the 19. They have like the Bass Pro Shop. Like that always kind of looks the same.
Which
usually,
but it's dumb when they do that, because a lot of the recognition, a lot of the iconic cars came because you would see them every week, every single week. When I was a kid, I got into NASCAR.
I know about the Rainbow Warrior and
I love Jeff
Black
Gordon.
Dale or whatever they called his car.
Black Dale.
Did they call his car Black Dale?
No, they call it Black Dale.
I don't know.
It was called block shorts.
It was a black car.
But when I was
block
yeah,
shorts.
so we just called it black driver. That's
No,
what we called
he
it.
was a white
We
guy.
said, oh, that looks like Ross Chastain's in a black car. Black Ross is what we're calling it.
It's like calling a tiny guy Smalls or Biggie or whatever. You know how it
But
works.
when I was a
It's like
kid,
calling Nate Archibald tiny.
There you go. Exactly.
Right.
when I was a kid, my parents were like, "Oh, who's your favorite driver?" And I'm like, "I like
Black
the
Dale.
red car." And the red car is either Casey Kane, which it wasn't Casey Kane, or Dale Jr. The red car.
Red Dale.
The
You
red
need
car.
that recognition from a tiny baby kid, and then that builds a fandom.
Exactly.
So are the kids out now because they're switching everything too much?
Oh.
The kids are out because the kids aren't into cars.
The kids are out. Yes, actually, bingo. Kids are more.
That is
Kids-
one of the biggest things.
Kids are more into trading cards and guitars than they are cars nowadays. Like you have all these kids.
Are they into guitars?
I know kids into guitars still that are pretty, but trading cards are way more popular. Like trading,
yeah, because of the
trading-
stupid reasons, not
Dude,
for the fun reasons. of being
trading
a kid.
cards used to be awesome, where it was just like you got a pack, and it's like, oh, I got my favorite player,
now
and you
they're
put
work-
it in the sleeve.
Is it mint?
Yeah, is it PFA 10?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to this trading expose and see if I can make some money. Trading cards was never about money. Like it was never about how much did the Helix Pokemon cost. It was
Right.
just like
It was about you wanted the whole Yankees. You wanted
exactly.
all the Royals. You wanted all the All Stars.
I was like, Dwight Howard's on the Lakers. I have to get the first edition. Like
Wow.
I have to get
How
a
did
new
that?
one.
How did that?
And actually, I got a pretty good sparkly card for it.
Very hologram.
Yeah, I have a second year LeBron James ticket card from Topps, which is worth a lot of money. And then I have a rookie Steph Curry card. I have a rookie Kevin Durant card.
That's pretty cool.
I have a rookie Zion, which has not aged well at all.
No, he's.
Is it the one where his shoe blows up?
But no. But I do have from I don't have a Michael Jordan rookie card, but I have like a Michael Jordan on the Dream Team, like 1991 card that came from, I think, Lear or Fleer. I don't even think Fleer is around anymore. So that's pretty valuable.
Block shorts.
My mom had a friend.
Are you just going to do that all day? Are you just going to ad lib block shorts?
Yep.
But
it's a really just good descriptor.
I was not there the day you got that hat because I would have gotten one that said program.
It was the one show that I didn't do with Josh Peterson.
And you got the hat. That's such a bummer for me.
Sad.
I wanted a block shorts hat.
Did you actually want a block shorts?
No, I wanted one that said, because you could get customized
Dude,
one.
yeah,
I wanted mine to say program, and I would wear it to the show all the time.
Yeah, that would have been sick.
You got my
They're-
cool zone
I
hat,
think they're
though.
going to be back. That was like the most popular.
They're always there,
dude.
They're
that was
always
like
there.
the
They're
most.
always right behind.
It was
us.
called patched hats or something like that, which they got super creative with the name. Clearly,
Wow.
They were like the most popular
They
stand in
gave
the
you a
baseball.
free
building.
hat, and you are roasting their
What's
name.
wrong with you?
I'm not dude. Austin Matthews being the captain of USA Hockey is a joke. That guy.
Nick got
He's
his take.
deflecting.
Nick, what's your take?
My mom had a friend who was obsessed with Magic Johnson, and they just had a binder full of Magic Johnson
A
cards.
lot of women were obsessed with Magic Johnson.
Hey,
Yeah.
Magic Johnson was
And
obsessed
Magic
with
Johnson was obsessed with
a lot of
a
women.
lot of women. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Very
Hey,
famously. Very famously.
Odds and Nick bragging that his mom had a friend.
Yeah.
That was funny.
A whole
that,
friend.
that it got cut off at that moment. My mom had a
That's
friend.
that's one of the great what ifs. If you go back to Winning Time, you remember how that whole series started?
How did that
it?
whole
I don't.
series
No,
start?
I don't remember. How did it start?
You don't remember how Winning Time started? It started with Magic Johnson going in to make his announcement
Oh,
about
about HIV. That's right.
right, and then
So
of
it's gonna
course
be a
because the
multi-season-
series got abruptly cut off, it was just like, oh, and Magic Johnson has AIDS, then he got cured.
Dude,
No.
that show, that first season was so much fun.
It
but-
was
It
good.
was.
But all of the pushback, everyone was so mad for no reason.
Mhm.
It's a television show.
Was Cornbread did they have a Cornbread episode there? Cedric Maxwell? Did Cedric Maxwell get an episode?
I don't
in-
recall.
Did the Celtics, did that 81 Celtics team get any run?
The
He said
Celtics-
cornbread, and I was thinking about Sinners.
Cedric Maxwell.
There was some
Cornbread back.
Celtic stuff in there, but I never actually finished the show.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I
You
think
know,
I
I've-
missed like the last 4 or 5 episodes.
I've never been into the shows like that where they take actors and they reenact like sport seasons or stuff like that or years. I've never been into that. Like the LA Clippers one that they did with Donald
I
Sterling.
didn't watch that.
Like that didn't interest me. They did one on Aaron Hernandez. That didn't interest me at all. Like I guess I did the Cuba Gooding Jr. OJ trial.
That show was really good.
That was
really awesome.
so good. But that one wasn't a
sports
team.
show.
That was
it
just
was about the murder
How
trial.
many times did you watch the Hernandez one?
0.
I just saw clips of Bill Belichick.
I saw the clips of them playing catch on the field, and it looked ridiculous. So I
Having a
never
catch.
watched it. By the way, Otson writes, just to recap for anyone just joining the show, on this crossover, we've covered the Epstein files, Hitler, HIV, and racism in NASCAR. We're doing a great job.
When did we cover racism? When you said Black Dale?
Yeah, I was talking about his car, Otson, not the color of his skin.
Oh, Nathan's got a great question here. We want to shift it to sport?
Wow. You always want to go to sports in the crossover.
I'm kidding.
We're trying not to stick to sports.
Winning Time, the documentary of DePaul beating Creighton in men's basketball for the first time in 11 years. Kenneth's allowed to make that joke. He's a Creighton fan.
Yes, and Josh is. Well,
the call is coming from inside the house.
I'm not going to say that joke.
Kenneth, due the Nebraska beef shortage. Wow, we just are covering the gamut of things.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's your Detroit Red Wing, Dylan Larkin.
Oh man, I'm a huge fan of Dylan Larkin.
Are you?
Don't even know the name. Literally had never heard
such
the
a
name.
loser.
No, I just don't watch hockey. I go home. You know what it is? There's winning time, but you know what this time of year is for me? It's reading time. Almost done with a book.
I need a new book.
Yeah.
I don't know. I tried doing Hunger Games, and I'm just kind of bored.
That's a book for teenagers. So yeah,
I'm just kind of bored. I need a new recommendation. You
I'll
did
give you-
such
I'll
a
hook you
great
up.
job last time.
Hey, I got you. I know the exact
know.
book I'm going to recommend to you.
John Bishop was trying to make fun of Josh Peterson for not being good at recommending books, and I was like, I don't know. The guy's pretty good.
It's what I'm known for.
It's kind of well.
do like books.
You're known for other.
No,
things.
no.
You're known for telling other people's stories and being super negative. I just think one of the nice things you do is recommend books,
Telling stories.
telling other people's stories.
It wasn't your story to tell.
It's never your story to tell.
I just hope that whatever book he recommends, it has nothing to do with his struggle.
By the way, I do have that book now downloaded
Hitler.
onto my Kindle. I am ready to go.
Congratulations. I'm surprised your Kindle didn't reject it.
I will be doing updates on that when I start it next month.
Did it come
What,
from
you're
Germany
doing-
or from South
You're
America?
doing Mein Kampf?
No, I'm not doing Mein Kampf.
I thought you were.
No.
I thought you guys were actually.
I am
You were actually
doing
going to read the Hitler
a
book.
And now we've
historical-
just blown right through it by mentioning it by name.
I am doing historical fiction of German
World War
family.
II.
Yes, a German
Okay.
family in the late 1800s and I think it goes through like 1943. So
They get both wars.
I'm guessing we're gonna have some bad
So
times.
in Josh's world, it ends in 43. That's when we wished it would have ended because we were winning at that time. Says Josh.
Typically, you got to pay double for that action, Cotton.
Nice.
Is that a spoiler if the book ends in 43? Is this family going to die?
I have a guess that they will, Nick. It's a
Oh.
Jewish family
Oh.
set in Germany in the 40s. Where do we think it's going to
Yeah.
end?
Why
Not
did they?
a whole
I'm
lot
gonna
of
be honest with
possibilities
you.
here.
I don't think that ending would be a dog of the day for me.
No, it would not be.
I don't think we're playing Stu Feiner before that. The
Now, what do we
ending
think of
that
this?
book.
Otson says video idea. Josh tells us what book he's reading, a brief description, and a thumbs up, thumbs down review on a YouTube short, and we do a bunch of reading rainbow parodies. Are we going to turn my reading into content?
We could.
I do reviews on my Goodreads page whenever I finish a book, and then I post it on Instagram for my story.
You blog about a book.
Well, I just check in on it so that I know that I've read it.
You're not beating the allegation.
Wait, you don't remember that you read these things?
No,
What a
I do.
check. Oh my god.
What allegations? That I am
A dork.
cultured and that I know how to read.
Who taught you how to read, dork?
USA's really not playing.
I don't know. I was reading books in first grade. My
Okay,
principal
stop
was
being
impressed.
distracted by what
I know.
is causing Nick to make his camera look all weird.
Yeah, seriously, this is gross.
What's
Yeah,
And,
Alex-
and you're disseminating, by
yeah,
the way.
you're talking about hockey too much. Sindelar says, do not make your hobby a job. You know what? That's why I stopped doing a lot of the running content that I did. Now I just run.
That's fair.
I don't talk about it anymore.
That's probably better.
You don't talk about running.
not as much. Dude, you didn't know me in my prime.
Oh,
24?
Were you annoying about it?
Some people would probably say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had, what was that? Oh, remember the quarter jar? Whenever I brought up running, I had to put a quarter in.
Quarter
it.
jar is in my office.
How many dollars are in there?
I don't remember.
Like
I don't know if
eight-
we
I thought it
ever
was around
counted, did we?
15.
Yeah, we have money. Nick owes us another lunch.
I do.
Where should I go to lunch today?
Where will you go? Now, here's a question.
Long John Silver.
So you guys talked about it on the show earlier. You said I had lunch yesterday, and Schaefer was like, "Lunch? Huh?" And you were like, "It was after the show." You eat at like 3. Should we call that lunch?
I just call it lunch because it's my second meal of
Dinner.
the day.
When do you eat dinner?
Like I eat a small dinner of eggs and Why is that funny?
Just is.
Why
the way
don't
you had a couple of small beers.
Yeah, just some small beers. So wait, so keep going. You eat a couple
eat
eggs,
and maybe I'll do like a cup of Insta noodles and I'll put that next to the eggs, or maybe I'll do some turkey sausage
every day. That's what you do.
I'm
for
a
dinner?
very
so your lunch is the game. Like that's the big game for you.
Oh yeah,
dinner
the lunch.
Interesting. Most people, it's the opposite. Dinner is the prime meal.
Dinner is I have a little rat snack. You know, I have
boy dinner.
We call it boy dinner.
I have a little like some chicken nuggies or like.
Hey, I'm not gonna hate on any of these things. Just the way that you started with eggs.
What I do is I take Insta noodles and then I add like Chinese black vinegar, and I'll go ahead and I'll add soy. That's a recipe. Okay, that is an ingredient.
Just talking about Dale.
Are you like one of the I just say black and all of a sudden you're like ha ha ha? No, that's just what it sounds like.
I mean that has been kind of the bit of this show for
literally.
years.
It's just been today. Well, yeah, that's true. The racism, we joke
the
about
slight racism from Josh Peterson.
I actually think we used to have a liner from Cutler that said "unsportsmanlike conduct, slightly racist." Like that's how the show has always been.
We used to do a game called "Whoa, That's Racist." We used to do. What was the bit we used to do with Michael?
With the one black guy that you would have on the show.
No. The racism of the day or something, or this week in racism.
Michael did this week in racism. Oh yeah, we did that. That open is wild. It has the guy talking about. Here we go. So we got the deep voice guy to say it.
Racist.
Listen to that.
2 different versions.
Yeah, racist. Why am I the racist one on the show? Yeah,
Matt McAllister, Colin Happer,
dude,
racist.
I don't think we play those drops enough. That he was like the.
How many different racist drops do we have in the system?
Objection! Extremely racist.
There's 5.
That's my favorite.
You type in R and all of it comes up. David Lee, racist? You mean the center for the Golden State Warriors?
No, that's the guy. That's the deep voice guy.
That's deep voice guy.
Racist Wednesday.
That was Michael. That was the Michael segment. Racist.
No, we did this week in racism.
You do the first part.
Oh wait.
Go record me.
Is that what's his name from the Eagles? Who is that guy who dropped N-bombs at the concert? Riley Cooper.
Oh yeah.
Isn't it wild that on the
tight
same Florida team there was Tim Tebow, Riley Cooper, and Aaron Hernandez?
That guy could stretch the field, man.
I bet that.
Whoa, go Tage Thompson.
What were they talking about?
I told people.
Do we have the This Week in Racism open in there somewhere, Nick?
We gotta have.
We have the Racist Wednesday open.
Oh, that was
that was the Michael segment, John. Yeah. But yeah, we had a segment called This Week in Racism.
I don't see it.
Oh,
look at Brady Kachuk.
Search This Week and see if it shows up. This week. Kenneth writes, this has been one of the crossovers of all time. Oh, do you got it?
Here it is.
Excuse me while I whip this out. All this posturing, all this yapping by all of these white people about being angry at their white federal government.
Pat him on the back, say congratulations, enjoy it, and tell him not to serve fried chicken next year. Good cracker.
Then I hear these whiny white men talking about how they're being discriminated against.
As a Mexican, a Jew, and a colored guy go into a bar. The bartender looks up and says, "Get the f*** out of here."
All people who are white called honkies?
Well, the women are honkettes.
Hello, everybody. This is a bad impression of Mel Allen. And it's time again for This Week in Racism.
And so we would talk about
the guy at the very end sounds like my impression of the ghost of Ben Hogan.
The old guy?
Yeah.
That was Clint Eastwood.
Wait a second. You do an impression of Ben Hogan?
Well, the ghost of Ben Hogan.
Wait, are you talking about
how freaking random is that? How do we even know it is Ben Hogan?
Well, you don't until I told you it was Ben Hogan.
Oh, I see.
It was Ben Hogan reacting to Hideki Matsuyama's Masters Championship dinner. What? Why the hell they got all the? What is a salmon? And it's Miyazaki Wagyu and the sake. What the hell? This is America.
Who was the guy, John, that said the thing about Tiger and the fried chicken? Was that Fuzzy Zoeller?
That was Fuzzy Zeller.
Oh, man.
Oh, no, I've never heard that.
That was the one that was in there where he said, tell him not to serve fried chicken next year. That was about Tiger Woods after he won the Masters the first time.
Look at Quinn Hughes on this toe drag, man, in the slotty. Little slotty Scotty too high.
I've enjoyed this crossover, but now I think it's time to end.
Yeah, I think this crossover is jumping the shark here, thanks to
Mick Hockey over here.
Yeah.
You guys not only are you racist, but you also aren't patriots.
Tua.
Right?
Well, we haven't even started the gold medal games.
Do you guys understand like how
The
big
gold
it
medal
would be?
games?
Do you
It's just
understand how
whatever,
big it would be
in the
for
medal round? We haven't
sports
started
if
that
the
yet.
USA won the gold medal this
John
year?
was around when they won the gold medal. He knew
Yeah,
how
when
big
it
could
actually
be.
mattered and they weren't playing when
You
we were
actually-
amateurs against their professionals. Now they're all professionals.
You actually were here. I'm trying to show my thing here. You were actually
Whoa,
alive for
put
both
that
of
away.
them.
Put your thing.
I was not
away.
alive for 1960.
You weren't. I have my jersey here. Has both years that they
Called
won
a
the gold
sweater,
medal.
actually.
Right.
Speaking of us making fun of you, Matt, Joe in Vegas writes, loves the crossover every day. Now that every day seemed to be how to emasculate Matt.
Emasculate is the wrong word.
Yeah, we just make fun of you.
Yeah,
that's called
Not
friendship.
emasculate.
It's called friendship.
Nothing emasculating.
It's why we make fun of our friends.
If we were all in the Coliseum, if we had a 1620 in the Coliseum, we all know who'd the favorite be.
You think it's you?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Colosseum?
He's saying if it was like the Roman times.
Mm.
Yeah. You think you would
Because of that, Cicero or whatever town it is you're from in Illinois.
Cicero
background.
That's
Yeah,
a street. That's a big street that I live on.
whatever.
Yeah,
It's
Cicero's
probably
got to be a town somewhere.
yeah, probably somewhere.
Probably a town in Omaha.
Yeah, you think because you're from Skokie that you could whoop our asses in the Roman Coliseum?
Yes.
Interesting. Now, honestly, I don't
Do
know.
you know which end is the working end of the spear?
Nice. I think Schaefer. Yeah, Aaron Papillion. My money is on Schaefer.
Yeah.
I think Schaefer or Happer.
I think both of them have dad strength.
Yeah.
For sure.
Man, all you eat is eggs and noodles for dinner. You don't got the strength that you need to win a fight against the whole zone staff.
I got the fight in me.
Nice.
It's not about the size
Yeah,
of the
it's
dog,
too much of that deep
but the size
fat
of the
fried
dog.
Long John Silver seafood that you're getting paid to
Which
eat.
I'm telling you right now, if somebody wants to sponsor me, man, the Xfinity Advent Healthcare Mobile One Middays with Matt show just put on a spectacular performance today. That's the crossover.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha.
And thus we put the hush puppies on this segment
Nice.
on 1620 The Zone.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
This is a sale so big that Standard Heating and Air can only do it once a year. Right now, and for a very limited time, buy a Carrier air conditioner from Standard Heating and Air and get a free furnace. On qualifying equipment, for details, call or click.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yeah, you know what's really annoying?
You.
Got him.
Oh, that was good.
No, I don't know. What's really annoying? Oh, now we're done.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Is it something with technology?
Yeah.
I figured you had the look of my computer's not doing what I wanted.
No,
to
it's not the
face.
computers. It's the program's fault.
You're trying to upload the Grum down, aren't you?
I am.
I figured.
Well, it goes through this thing where it just gets exponentially bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and then it's too big and it won't load because it exceeds the file limit.
The load is too big.
So I have to go through this whole procedure of deleting and recreating and to try to make it just look a little bit smaller. That's all. And that's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
You know what wouldn't have this problem?
Canva. We love Canva.
You know what I don't give a crap about? Canva.
Yeah, but you wouldn't deal
I
with
actually
this.
looked into it once and then I was like, well, no, they want me to buy a bunch of crap.
You don't have to.
Screw you. I'm not doing it.
You
not
use it for
gonna
free.
bet-
We
not
just have a
got
zone.
that.
We have a zone login, so you don't even need to buy it.
Yeah, that.
Don't even.
Not got that.
Hmm.
But that's all right. I figured it out.
Speaking of I don't care, John, it is a Thursday.
Oh, I got one.
Do you really?
Yes.
All right.
Maybe it's more of an I care though, which I know isn't the segment, but
Well, wait a
have,
minute.
we have done it before.
I've done I care.
We've done I cares before.
Yeah. Plus, remember, didn't John begin this segment a year ago by saying I don't like the Oscars, and then proceeded to rank all of the favorites? But my number one pick would be this, and my number two pick would be this. Yeah. And this year we're watching.
This is what happens when your brain goes to mush.
We're watching.
I think you've been reading too many of the weird books.
We're watching a lot of Oscar nominees over the recent weeks, including Nick's pick for next week is another Oscar-nominated film.
Wow, good job, me.
Look at the Grum watching Oscar noms.
Oh, so you're telling me I'm going to fall asleep?
Nice.
That's good.
It's the Grum down.
No, this is the Grum down. 26.
Bum bum.
Jay Chicago streak falls in the waning second.
Chicago!
Robin Washington of HuskerOnline.com. Our only guest today.
Yep.
Just a one guest show. A one guest Grum. Welcome to the post football season.
Oh boy.
Tang and Boyle aren't going to take it anymore. That sounds like an off brand detective show. Coming up tonight on Tang and Boyle.
Sponsored by Tang, of course. Tang's Tang.
Oh, yeah, that works.
Were you a Tang guy?
No.
You ever have Tang?
I have. Not a Tang guy, though. Yeah.
Just say no
What a great topic.
to receiver height.
What a great topic.
I mean, was this not predicted?
Oh, yeah.
Did you not predict this a few weeks
did.
ago?
I did. You got to stop. You got to put the hype crack down.
There is a
See the new wide receiver? Probably not going to be any good.
Uh-huh.
There's
Don't do
a
it.
serious
Don't do
sickness in the Nebraska fandom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this ain't fandom, Nick.
I don't think it's fans.
Yeah, it's.
I think this
everybody.
falls on the lamestream media.
Stay tuned.
Whoa.
Stay tuned.
Bama's gone soft.
This ain't your slightly older brother's Alabama anymore, folks.
As well as the rest of college football.
Yeah, we don't like
Maybe.
it. We don't like it.
Is Crab Creek still polluting Nebraska?
You know, that's an invasive species to the Midwest. We're not supposed to have crabs here.
That's true.
No,
dude.
we're not. We're not.
Imagine going crab fishing in, the Platte River. I don't want to eat those crabs. That's gross.
What's for dinner tonight?
No,
Platte crabs.
Now, wait a minute. We get our water from the Platte River. You would think those would be the better crabs.
I don't want a Platte crab, John. I don't know how it got there. That would be weird.
It's like snip. I'm a Platte crab.
It probably got there for the people who live right along the riverbank. They clean their clothes right there in the river, and then the crabs wash out of their drawers.
All right. Get some from the ocean, bring them to the Platte River, let them out, and see what happens in 5 years.
Ma, Platte crab came out of the sink again.
I think they die.
Yep, probably will.
Platte crab crawled up the toilet.
Put some salt in there, too. Pour a little salt in there so there's some salt water, and you'll be just fine.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure that's a bit that some kid back in the day, they wanted some kind of a saltwater, fish as a pet. No, Mom, I'll take care of it. I'll just pour some salt in the aquarium.
Yeah, it'll be fine, Mom. It'll be just fine.
It doesn't quite work that way.
No, it does not.
Baseball caps. Good. Caps in baseball. Bad.
No cap.
No cap.
Get it?
We're not going to get a season.
In 27.
We'll get this season. We'll get this season.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
I just want to make sure, because some people I've heard, there's not going to be a season this year. And it's
no. Those people are idiots who don't know what's happening.
There will be a season in 26. It's 27 that we're not going to have a season.
The year of college baseball, 2027.
The CBA doesn't expire until next winter.
Yeah.
And then it's the long winter.
And then winter has arrived. Winter is coming.
We're watching Korean baseball again.
No, we are not.
No, I am no.
We're done with baseball. Baseball's officially out.
No, we're not done with baseball. We just watch college baseball, and then after June we won't watch baseball.
Maybe I can introduce you guys to the NPB.
I would rather NPC my way out
this
the door.
Is this that
Nippon Professional Baseball, John?
What weeby thing is this?
It's Japanese, professional Japanese baseball league.
Weeby.
ML Weeb.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. ML Weeb.
It's on at times that we're not available to watch, Nick. Sorry. We don't wake up early or stay up late.
Maybe you should.
Nah, maybe we won't.
I don't care.
I don't care. But Nick will say, I care.
I'm not sure where mine lies.
In the I don't care scale?
Yeah, it's for sure on the spectrum. I just don't know where on the spectrum.
All right, we'll find out.
On the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
We will find out.
Okay. Looking very forward to that. And mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be babies.
The babies. The baby boys.
Goo goo gaga.
Goo goo.
Goo goo gaga. 402-951-1620. Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
You can call us. You can text us. Like this one from LSD Will. Carter Lake crabs. I think I had those. Shout out to you, LSD Will.
Funny.
Shout out to you.
The Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Always available.
Always available with fun things and whimsy, occasional information, polls, links, stuff at USC 1620. And the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring.
By the way, John, so there's a college football podcast that I subscribe to. Shocker, I know. Called the College Football Inquirer. It is with three friends of the Grum, Stephen Godfrey, Andy Staples, and Ross Dellinger. They do this. It's a couple times a week.
I scare all of these guys like mix and match.
It's like the Avengers.
This guy moves over to this pod, and then this guy moves to this pod, and they just kind of do this round robin. They're joining they're like a bad wrestling federation. They're always all these guys moving around to different factions. One week he's NWO Wolfpack. The next week he's with the Judgment Day. I don't know.
Great reference, John. So just now I got a notification that an episode downloaded, and I just peeked over. What was it? Former Nebraska AD regrets joining Big Ten. And in the first paragraph, it mentions the Crab Creek Chronicles from the wheat fields to the ball fields and beyond. 30 minutes of discussion titled then in the little descriptor down low, former Nebraska AD tells all. Sipple was right.
He was.
He said, there's going to be stuff in here that is going to make news. And we were like what?
Well,
I want to leave the Big Ten for the Big 12 like a big dumb idiot, like that.
I mean, you know what? As much as we might make fun of Mr. Moose for his lack of editor.
Yeah. Oh God. The pros. Where we're going, we don't need pros.
I had a conversation with someone on our trip here recently,
Mr. Moose,
and of course the remark was about the misspelling of Jim Pillan.
Oh my gosh, so funny.
And this person commented to me, I think Bill Moose's editor needed some work, and I said the book is 793 pages. I don't think there was an editor.
There indeed.
Bill Moose's editor was an AI program, I think.
Yeah, we're pretty confident that it was AI.
As much as we might make fun of that,
yeah,
I think that we do have to give credit to Bill Moose because he is filling a void right now. Because right now, if you're a college football content creator, you're looking for things to talk about that aren't NIL and transfer portal. That is one thing that Crab Creek won't give you. At least I don't think so. Not that I've read it, but it is 793 pages.
It's a lot of.
But there's not much about, at least what in the anecdotes that are making all the headlines. Nothing about NIL, no guardrails, and unlimited transfers and free agency without end. None of that nonsense. Court cases. It's all about the stuff we used to get excited about.
Yeah.
Stupid conference realignment, stupid meddling by stupid administrators,
stupid
people overstretching their bounds, power struggles, incompetence in general, the fun stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I'd much rather talk about this than the Trinidad Chambliss eligibility court case. This is pretty interesting that a Nebraska AD would want to leave a cash cow of a conference to go to the Big 12 for some stupid
good
reason.
alliteration.
I do what I can, Nick. Also, you know what I just realized that's frustrating? Bill Moose wrote a 700-page book. Meanwhile, George R.R. Martin released book 5 of A Song of Ice and Fire a month after season 1 of the show finished in 2011.
Hear me out.
And we're still waiting for book 6.
Hear me out.
Winds of Winter.
George R.R. Martin is a great writer, though.
Yeah,
with an editor.
Yeah, well, it's been almost 15 years.
The good news is he's told other very good authors what his plans are, so maybe they can just...
No, George R. Martin is not a guy who wants someone else to finish it. I think he's going to put that in his will when he's dead.
Interesting.
So that book, you're not getting a book 6, and there's no way in hell we're getting a book 7. Stupid. What a waste of time. Anyway, John, just a little triggered. Don't mind me. Just a little triggered.
I guess. I should mention the Equitable Bank Zone inbox addresses are John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. I got tongue-tied because I was distracted.
What happened? More hockey stuff?
No. We're talking about women's sports that people care about around here.
What's that? What happened?
How about number 8, Nebraska softball?
Oh, yeah, they won again today.
Got another big win, and this time they shut out LSU, as in 0 runs. And we got to get used to the new name now because she got married in the offseason.
Jordy
it's no longer
Fromm.
It's no longer ball. It's Fromm.
So do we have to start calling it soft Fromm now instead of softball?
Yikes.
Well, Jordy went 2 for 3, and she also pitched 3 innings of relief as Nebraska gets another ranked win.
Wow. The Shohei of softball.
Aaron Papillion wants to know, is the Grum watching A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? This guy is, but I don't think my coworkers
I told Paige I want to start watching. She's like, yeah. And then we just haven't yet.
Interesting.
Probably after Doctor Who.
John, how about you?
No.
They're only like a half hour.
That's nice.
Yeah. I know. I don't know. I'm not
Tangential related, though. Hot D. Matt Smith was in Hot D. Matt Smith was also in Doctor Who, and we're just starting the Matt Smith Doctor Who run.
Yeah, but remember the end of the Matt Smith season 2 was garbage. God, season 2 was terrible of that show.
It wasn't.
I'm just going to be in this castle for 8 episodes. Not
Sometimes
doing
you
anything.
just got to brood in a castle.
I'm dreaming about people, and they're killing me. Okay, cool. Congratulations. Go see a therapist. Good Lord.
I want to have relations with my niece.
Imagine how much more boring the whole Game of Thrones series would be if they all had therapists?
It would be a lot different. That's true.
I wonder what a Westeros therapist would be like.
Oh, wow. They would probably get tortured for information. Patient-doctor confidentiality.
I mean, what the hell would Dr. Melfi do with the whole, Jon Snow situation?
Great question. My mother hates me. My father won't tell me who my real mother is.
You realize you're having sex with your aunt.
Yeah. Nice. Well, that's fair. I mean,
but
the Targaryens, that's never stopped any of them. They're actually like, whoa, you're not close enough.
I think it's genetically they have to. I think it's an impulse. Jon Snow did it.
And one of those blue eyes and the silver hair.
Mm-hmm.
Targaryens. What a bunch of freaks.
They were a bunch of freaks.
Mm-hmm.
Mustache Shadow says, Jordy Brahm, the sausage queen of Lincoln. That's a Ferris Bueller reference.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see that joke. Good job by you, Mustache Shadow.
I understand how that's a joke.
I understand that. Yeah, I got it now. My bad.
Yeah.
It went over my head at first. I apologize.
All right. Well, got plenty to come today. Back from Chicago. Man, I was tired last night.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Nothing worse than being tired after a loss, too. Like, at least if you win, you're like, hey, they won. But instead, they lost in horrifying fashion again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not a win. Famously losing, not winning.
Famously losing is not winning. Glad you could be with us today. Our program, as always, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got
The Black Keys are headed to Omaha.
Whoa.
It's the Peaches and Cream Tour, Monday, July 20th at the Astro Amphitheater. Pre-sale tickets go on sale today. They are on sale now. Use the password ZONE, Z-O-N-E. And tickets for the rest of the plebes go on sale tomorrow through Ticketmaster.
Nice.
Well, don't be a plebe. Be a ZONE listener and use the password ZONE and get your pre-sale tickets right now for the Black Keys, July 20th at the Astro. More details online at 1620thezone.com. Glad we read that now instead of during the crossover when Josh was talking about
Dale Earnhardt's car, his vehicle.
It was never called Black Dale.
I just was
His
asking.
nickname was the Intimidator.
I remember that nickname.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
That's a top sports nickname, I think.
It is a good nickname. It is a good nickname. I was trying to think of a cute transition, but I really can't.
Okay.
Because 23-game, 11-year win streak came to an end last night in Chicago.
A screeching halt.
I mean, it almost continued. It was 8 seconds away.
It's a long
8
time.
seconds away.
Half
But
Latino.
not enough, as DePaul got a late basket from Brandon Macklin, and a last-second shot by Nick Graves rimmed out, and DePaul wins 72-71. And it's called a broken record. By the way, when I hear young people say the phrase broken record, I wonder if they actually knows what it means.
No, records made a comeback a couple years ago. They're everywhere now.
That's true.
That's the only thing you can get at Target now. You can't get CDs at Target anymore. It's always records.
Is that true?
I think you might still be able to get some CDs at Target.
I don't see a lot of young people shopping at Target for records.
It's because it's a dumb place to shop for records. Go to a store.
I don't see them going many. I mean,
go to the
I don't
record
know.
store.
How many record stores do you go to, John?
I don't go to record stores, but I'm guessing the percentage of young people who shop for records is a tiny, tiny bit of the population. It's fascinating to me, like a broken record.
Yeah.
It's like we have a lot of catchphrases and, things like that.
Well, like get out of Dodge.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Yeah,
Dodge.
exactly. Dodge. The street?
I always
I'm driving
associated
a
it with
Chevy. What are you talking about?
I always associated it with Fort Dodge, Iowa, because you definitely don't want to stay there.
Oh, I don't want to be in Iowa at all, so I agree with that take.
Boo.
Good job by you, Nick.
Boo.
Good job by you. We're burying the lead. Creighton
We are.
lost to DePaul.
Yeah, they lost to DePaul last night, but it was the continuation of an ongoing trend. Points in the paint.
Oh my gosh, yes.
46-12. This was the worst margin yet. In a period where Creighton's been losing the points in the paint by the average is somewhere between 15 and 20 points a game, which is a lot, by the way. This one was particularly egregious, and sure enough, and it's something I made mention of on the broadcast. It's you always wonder if things are sustainable. In the first half, DePaul made, I think it was 15 of 21 from 2, while Creighton went 10 of 16 from 3. And while, yes, threes are worth more than twos,
people forget
the 3 is a lower percentage shot.
Yep. And you knew that eventually that was going to come back down to earth. They were shooting such a great
Correct.
percentage in the first half. You knew that they weren't going to be able to continue that in the second.
Right.
Welcome to earth.
Whereas the point blank shot and the way that DePaul was able to work actions into the paint, that is something unless you make a real concerted effort to change. And we already seen the pattern where this has been, it's not something that, is easily fixed. Obviously, if it was, it would have been fixed a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it was something that was just going to continue to happen. And you knew at some point the dam was going to break. Yet, Creighton still had, what was it?
Many opportunities to win the game.
6-point lead, 6-point lead
oh my gosh.
with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah. And then obviously they had a lead late in the game, in the final minute. That's the thing. As frustrated as everybody is, they still had those opportunities. But, and we've been spending some time talking about it, some of the wins, especially, what is it now, John? Their last 4 wins have all come in just this insane fashion. John Walker had a funny tweet before the game last night where he was like, can we just please have a normal Creighton game? And the answer is no. And the answer was no last night, and the answer will probably be no for the rest of the season. and obviously another frustrating way for them to end. John, let me ask you a question. I wrote this down this morning, and I wanted to get what you think, because we often hear athletes say, like, when you start contemplating retirement, it's like a problem. There's like a phrase that I think Peyton Manning used before, but it's like once you start even entertaining the idea of that, you're already kind of already here, or up here, you're already gone, right? To quote Seinfeld. Like, do you think that, is it too simplistic to boil down the struggles of this season to that everybody knows that it is nearing an end with Greg McDermott, and not even in the traditional sense of, yeah, he's getting up there in age and he's obviously not going to be coaching forever, but that literally the other person is in the building and the season is unfolded this way? Is that boiling things down to too simplistic of a reason for what the hell's going on with them this year? Injuries has obviously been a huge factor.
I've never really pondered that question.
And I hadn't either until this morning when I was thinking about the game.
And I guess in the transitional world, remember, this is the most transitional Creighton team we've ever seen. All of these new faces who 1 year ago were all in different places. I would ponder that question longer if this would have been any other team but this year's, because of the transitional nature of the sport. Now you have so many new players who they've essentially got 9, maybe 10 months on the long end of investment into Creighton and into this program, versus, a Kalkbrenner who was there for 5 years, or even a Stephen Ashworth who was there for 2. So I don't know if really that has a lot to do with it. A lot of it is just simply the ongoing struggle of trying to figure out what your defensive identity is.
Yeah, you don't got any defense
without arguably the most important defensive player Creighton's ever had, or at least in the modern era, going back to Paul Silas.
Yeah, I don't even think it's arguable. I think it is
because, 4-time Big East Defensive Player of the Year. He was. I've defined Ryan Kalkbrenner as this gravitational center, and he was the gravitational center of Creighton's universe, really, for the last 2.5 or 3 seasons. But arguably, it was always there because of the way they were able to play defense, and it covered up a lot of. When you got a great goaltender, which is essentially what Kalkbrenner was defensively, he was a great goaltender. Your forwards and your guards don't have to be as sharp. Not saying they still can't have to be there on defense. They do, but it made it a lot easier when you knew, all right, here's the centerpiece. We orbit around it and do our thing. Now you still have this notion. You're flipping and flopping from, occasionally we still see some of the drop coverages. Now we're seeing more hard hedging, which Creighton, didn't really have to do with Ryan Kalkbrenner. And then you're changing personnel in and out, and you've got Jason Green, who, is playing really arguably at least one spot out of position. You could say 2.
And he's injured.
and he
doesn't have one of his arms right now.
It's just really, really tough. And teams have just said, we're just going to pound the ball right at you. We are going to make life so difficult for you in the paint.
It's Shawshank Redemption. It's pressure over time. Like, at a certain point, it's just going to be too much for them. And at a certain point in a lot of these games, it has been too much. And even the ones that they win, it's like it feels like they escaped. Not to go to a Shawshank reference again, but it does feel like they escaped. Like, oh
sure,
my gosh,
absolutely.
How are they able to get that win?
They've had 3 escapes,
yeah,
so far. So you're playing on that ragged edge. I'm just looking at the stat broadcast monitor, and they do graphically. They do the bar graphs where, whoever's got the greater percentage, it's more of your color versus the other. And 3-pointers, Creighton, 59% of their points came on 3-pointers. DePaul, 64% of their 2-pointers. 64% of their points came on 2-pointers. Dunks, 8-0.
8 dunks or 8 points?
Or 8 points off dunks,
okay.
I'm sorry.
And they missed it. They had the one he tried to yam it home and it flew into the air.
Yeah. And of course, points in the paint. It It was something where
you can get easy buckets like that. It's just, again, the pressure over time metaphor. It eventually was going to show up because you just can't, you can't shoot that well the entire game. And sure,
it looked like there at the under 8-minute timeout, where Austin Swartz started to take over and, made a couple of baskets in a row. And then Dix followed with a 3-pointer. You thought, okay, well, they're going to do just enough.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to do just enough. But when the shots dry up, and it did on the last couple of possessions, and I think part of it too was it got into a lot of ISO ball. You kind of got out of your offensive set, which sometimes can happen in late game situations where it's like, all right, we're going to try to work as much of this clock as we can. Let's just put the ball in the hands of our best shooter and, let them create something off the dribble, which sometimes works, but sometimes when it's not what got you there, and I don't want to make it sound like it really got them there, because Creighton also went another 6 minutes without a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
These interminably long droughts without either points or field goals. I mean, free throws are great. Don't get me wrong. It still counts on the scoreboard, but Creighton went from 15:58 to 9:02, 6 minutes and change, with 4 points all on free throws. Now, they were fortunate that they only gave up a couple of buckets and some free throws on their end, so DePaul couldn't, extend the lead further than 3 points. But, I mean, that's a spot right there where there was a moment to seize control. There was a moment to seize control. And again, the margin for error with this team and its inability to defend in the paint and score in the paint, if you don't capitalize on those moments, time's going to usually run out on you, and that's what happened. And then, of course, not boxing out. The critical not boxing out on the free throw, even though it didn't cost them the lead, it cost them another point. Yep. It cost them another chance to run clock and maybe get a bucket of your own to extend the lead back out to 2 possessions. If you got a 2-possession lead with under a minute to go,
it changes everything. It changes exactly
90% of the time you're going to win the game.
It changes how DePaul has to attack them.
But you lost that opportunity because you didn't box out on the free throw, and then it gave DePaul a chance to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, there was that moment there at the end before DePaul got its last timeout where I almost thought the whistle was blowing because the ball handler stepped out of bounds.
I thought that too, and I also thought in the moment, they're going to call him for carrying. But as a lot of the sleuths pointed out after the game, he got fouled before his foot was on the line. But that was my first thought too. Of oh my gosh, they're going to turn the ball over, because that possession was terrible until they got.
Yeah, that was the one. I mean, there was one time where Creighton, had really played well defensively, and there have been moments where if everyone's on the same page and communicating, they can have success. We've seen it. We have seen them have success at Xavier. We saw it in the second half against Villanova. We saw it in the second half against Kansas State, but unfortunately in that game, they had given up such a horrific lead in the first half that they didn't have enough to come back. But we have seen when this team is on the same page and when they are communicating, they can overcome some of their mismatches by being in the right spot at the right time, communicating, and executing your assignment. But unfortunately, there's enough breakdowns over time where you get a lot of the same repeat action. One of the most interesting numbers here, and I'll be curious if this means anything moving forward, because sometimes this number can be misleading, but the plus minus.
Mm-hmm.
Last night in 13 minutes, Owen Freeman was plus 18.
Wow. Certainly
in a
different
1 point
than how we've
in
been
a
talking
1
about
point
it, right?
game, in a 1 point game,
That's
in only
wild.
13 minutes, Owen Freeman was plus 18. He only scored 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
He did have 4 rebounds. He got credit for his steal. I thought he had at least 2 deflections that didn't show up as a block in the box score. And some of that, too, is, hey, you're on the court at the right time where, Creighton bangs a couple of threes. But it did have something to say about maybe their post-defensive presence was a little bit better when he was in there. There were actually times last night, and this was the first time I can remember this in a while, where you had Freeman and Green on the floor at the same time. So you were able to move Green back down to the 4. Freeman's playing the middle. And at their, obviously, judging by the plus minus, they were able to get stops. But I wonder if that's going to be anything moving forward. Because you keep waiting. Is this going to be the moment? Is this what's going to unlock Freeman? Is this what's going to get him going? Maybe we're looking too hard for these things.
I think it's just hard to keep asking that question and expect it to, get answered in the affirmative, at least this year. I would be stunned now if it happened, just, how everything unfolded. But that is pretty wild when you look at the plus minus, in his limited time, and especially given that he only scored a point, that they were that much better when he was on the floor versus without. It's pretty wild because that means when he was off the floor, they were minus 19, right? Because they were plus 18 when he was out there. That's
correct.
That's pretty crazy.
Correct. In only 13 minutes. They will be back on Saturday against Villanova. And, by the way, the Cats have won 4 straight. Now, there was an example. That was one game where when you execute properly, especially in the second half, you go back and watch the second half of that first game in Philadelphia, that's what's capable. But what else did Creighton do in that game? They made a lot of mid-range jumpers.
Mm-hmm.
Dix had a big game. Swartz had a big game. Harper had a big game. If Creighton is able to do that again, that's going to be the recipe. If they can't, then, it'll probably be another frustrating defeat.
Yeah, I was going to say, and we talked about this, I don't know, maybe after the UConn game, but like the 3-game stretch before the 3-game stretch, the Georgetown, Seton Hall, DePaul triumvirate, like it was so important to pile up wins because, it's going to be tough now over the next week. And you go 1-2 in that stretch. And obviously last night, very frustrating. Not that Georgetown wasn't also frustrating. Seton Hall was frustrating until it wasn't. I mean, they're really lucky, honestly, John, that they're not on a 5-game losing streak right now. But they were able to pick up that Seton Hall win. It's going to be so tough when you look at these teams and that 2 of them are on the road. And they'll have that 2-game swing on the East Coast with UConn and St. John's is going to be brutal.
Well, last night, as is usually the case, Greg McDermott is very analytical and straightforward when he discusses things, especially even in a loss.
Mm-hmm.
But there were a couple of coaches last night who were not happy.
No, they were.
And we have a montage for you coming up.
Gonna need a montage.
We're going to montage.
Yeah.
And also Robin Washut to join us at the bottom of the hour as Nebraska now eases into the somewhat easy part of their schedule.
Mm-hmm.
At least for a game or 2.
Yes.
That, and we've got a lot more on this gorgeous day.
Oh, where would you rather be than inside talking to your pals on a 60-degree February day?
Why would you tickle chains when you can talk about basketball?
Exactly. That's what I always say, Nick. Yep.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
John, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I was worried I messed up. John looked confused.
He did, yeah.
No, well, because it was a very long pause before you hit the bump. That's all.
No, I hit the bump. It was a long pause before it decided to play.
Well, okay, whatever.
And also, this bump, for whatever reason, there's like silence before it starts.
Yeah,
playing.
why?
I'm not sure why. It doesn't
You're the
make
one
any
who
sense.
uploaded it.
I know. I wouldn't have uploaded it with silence normally.
Nick, why are you so confused?
Interesting, Nick.
I was confused because I'm trying to find the read that says get your together. You can win $5K in the Get Your Together sweepstakes. Contest runs through February 24th. That's 12 days away.
Wow. It's
Visit
almost the end of
1620thezone.com.
It'll be a February 24th before you know it. And then it'll be March before you know it. And then the sun will be setting later before you know it. And then the snow will stop.
Oh, the sun is already setting.
I know,
later.
John. Every day I leave work and I'm just a little happier.
It's funny how much of a serotonin boost you get if you walk outside and the sun it's still a little bright outside.
God, I love it.
It makes me
It makes a big difference. I don't know how the people that live in dark places do it.
Alaska?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand.
So you don't want to have forever night for 4 months?
No.
Dude, I would be so depressed.
Nobody needs forever night.
Yeah, that's called The Long Night, Nick. That's a reference to A Song of Ice and Fire, which, again, Book 6 has not been released, and it never will be.
Maybe Book 6 will wrap everything up all nicely.
Definitely.
So last night, it was not a banner night for the Big 12 Conference. We were talking with Mike DeCourcy of the Sporting News yesterday, and he said, right now, if I had to pick a conference, to win the national title, I'd probably take the top half of the Big 12 because, you got KU and Arizona and BYU. You got some really good teams in there. But last night, not a banner night for the conference because the only two games that were played had an average margin of victory of about 35 points. Texas Tech beat Colorado 78-44.
Oof.
Colorado was at Texas Tech.
Are they bad now, John? Is Colorado stinky? That would explain why our coworker who's a Buffs fan never talks about them anymore.
Right. Yeah. And Kansas State at home last night with these students wearing garbage bags over their heads. It turned out to be quite prophetic. Cincinnati 91, Kansas State 62. It was a terrible night for the two head coaches in the respective losing end of this conversation. That would be Jerome Tang of Kansas State and Tad Boyle of Colorado.
Fun names, Tang and Tad.
And Tad.
Give those guys a podcast. Hey, it's the Tang and Tad Show, brought to you by MeUndies.
Well, they both had rather short, terse post-game press conferences, but it featured quite a bit. And so we bring you now Tang and Tad, or
brought to you by me.
Tang and Boyle, or Jerome and Tad.
The Tangy Boys.
The Tangy Boys. They were very tangy last night.
A little bit of tang.
Here they are. Two angry coaches.
Hey, I'm gonna honor Christ like I always do. Blessed to do this, but this was embarrassing.
Yeah. That was just a good old-fashioned ass whipping. I don't. There's just no other way to say it. A lot of you guys are.
These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. It is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
I'm embarrassed by our performance. I'm embarrassed for our university. I'm embarrassed for the city of Boulder. I'm embarrassed for the state of Colorado. I'm embarrassed for every former player that's worn this uniform. And we got to own this. But
I have no answer, no words. So y'all got two questions. So whoever want to ask two questions, I'll answer them to the best of my ability right now. But right now, I'm pissed, and this is
for me. I started my career as the head coach at Northern Colorado in the Big Sky. And we would travel to Bozeman, Montana, and Missoula, and, Utah, Pocatello, Idaho. And we would always fly commercial, and you'd lose on the road, and you'd get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. You'd catch a 6 a.m. flight back to Denver and then drive an hour to Greeley. And that's what we deserve right now. We deserve to be on a 6 a.m. flight out of Lubbock, commercial, Southwest, whatever airline you choose. We don't deserve a charter plane back to Boulder tonight. We got one. We paid for it. But we wasted our money. We wasted our university's money. And that's on me.
None of that crap matter, man. These dudes got to have some. They got some pride, man. They got some pride. It means something to wear a K-State uniform. It means something to put on this purple, man. Like everything this university is about and all that it's been about. Why I love this place, man. Like they don't love this place, so they don't deserve to be here.
So I'll take the ownership of this because I'm the head coach and the buck stops with me. But I'm embarrassed. I've not said I've embarrassed very often. Pat, you've followed us a long time, but I'm embarrassed tonight.
You make the student section with paper bags on their heads.
Yeah, I'd wear a paper bag too if I was them. Thanks a lot, fellas. God bless.
That was Jerome Tang and Tad Boyle.
Man, they are having a bad time. Bad time.
Yeah.
Bad time.
My favorite part, though, was when Jerome Tang was like in the middle of, you get 2 questions.
That was
and
awesome.
He just starts tapping the desk and he's like, I got nothing. I just ask damn question.
Also, the rant about, we used to wake up early. We used to have these flights at this time. And now, we got this. We shouldn't be allowed on it. That's pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty good stuff.
It is.
Man, college coaches seems more triggered now than ever before. And I understand the reasons why this isn't a value judgment or a moral judgment on yours truly's part. But man, everybody just seems so annoyed in this sport at this moment in time, but a few. Hell, even Kansas, as good as they are, we talked about it yesterday, the stuff with Peterson that's going on down there. Everyone's pissed about that.
I think you could make the argument that college basketball has never been more selfish. And this is across the board. This is not just impugning, the student athlete. Which, by the way, we might as well. Can we retire that term?
Yeah, they're athletes.
We're talking professional athletes now, but it's not just to impugn them. It is across the board. But you look at a guy like Nate Oates, bringing a guy in from the G League. Oh, but the rules say I can. Well, just because the rules say you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, hey, thank God we haven't even mentioned it. Thank
God. If the rule
God
says you can drive your car on the sidewalk and, threaten the lives of school children, doesn't mean you should do it.
I will not do that.
Yeah, don't do it, Josh.
I said I won't do it. And by the way, shout out to the judge for not allowing him to play. So that's nice, at least. One small victory in a sea of losses.
There'll be another judge who's got, a Bama shirt underneath his judge schmuck who will be like, yeah, he should play.
Paymont
Freedom
says,
for all.
College sports suck now. It's funny, and we don't have time for this because we have Robin coming up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen, John, there's a lot of frustration right now in the NBA about tanking, but in particular about the Jazz and the fact that they are already starting their tank, and it is February 12th. We are not even to the All-Star break yet. Of course, we know what is going on in Major League Baseball, and we're going to be talking about that more today and in the weeks and months and year to come. College basketball, all the frustration there. College football, right? Like there's all these things. Is the NFL the one sport where people who are fans of it aren't angry, except at maybe their team because their team is letting them down? But people aren't mad. I guess some people are frustrated a little bit that like games are on too many networks or streaming services, but we seem happy with the NFL. Everything else, people are pissed about for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roger Goodell, for giving us such a great product.
Yeah.
I love the NFL.
There's an element to that, and we'll be discussing it on the baseball side coming up in a little while.
Yeah.
But you're right. Across the board, there's a lot of frustration about the sports, and it's not necessarily about the sport or the game.
It's the trappings
that is
around
played.
it.
It's everything around it.
And you know what's interesting is in college football, we always joke about it, how it's like get to the offseason and then everyone will complain. And then you get to the season and everyone's fine for a while, right? It's not that way with basketball right now. It is February 12th. There's still a month left in the regular season, and yet there are a lot of complaints about it because it has started affecting the on-court product in terms of professionals being allowed to play basketball and guys sitting out for, injuries, and it just being so obvious to everybody that it's not an injury.
Well, there's not as much complaining going on at the Hendricks Training Complex, which is where Nebraska practices its basketball.
That's true.
And Robin Washut, who practices the writing of basketball of HuskerOnline.com, will join us next here on 1620 The Zone.
Robin Washit.
Blissful ignorance, I think, it could be an advantage here.
Robin Washit.
Yeah, I'm a ball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, wash it real good.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, wash it real good.
Robin Washit, HuskerOnline.com, our regular Thursday guest. Robin, how are things? And have you been keeping your balance on slick surfaces?
Yeah, I've made sure that no one's sweating profusely or dumping bottles of water or throwing half-full beer cans anywhere near me, because I do not want to have an ending the way that Marcus Lawrence and the boys did the other night.
Talk about anticlimactic, man. The comeback.
Exactly.
The comeback. They had two comebacks in regulation. They're down by 5 early in overtime. You know, everything unfolds, and it's like, here we go. One more possession. Let's see what happens. And then he falls. Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what would have happened, but for it to not even have a chance to even get up floor because of, you know, whatever was there to make him slip. I mean, you know, that game that wild and that kind of unprecedented in a lot of ways, to end like that was disappointing. But, you know, make a few plays before that, and that slip doesn't cost you as much.
I would agree.
The larger issue coming out of that game, as you now project things moving ahead, rebounds or turnovers?
Rebounds. Just because that's been more of a theme when Nebraska struggles on the turnovers. Like,
right.
Overall, Nebraska's been really good at taking care of the ball, but in their 3 losses, especially, rebounding, offensive rebounding, has been a real problem for them, and no more so than the Purdue game. But you know, Michigan dominated them, Illinois dominated them. Really, both times they played Illinois, and so like when you look ahead to some of these real big time games that Nebraska hopes to be playing next month, you got to think that that's got to be kind of the biggest hurdle facing them right now. With, you know, they're only going to see more talented and more athletic front courts the deeper they go into the season and postseason. And right now, I just don't know, you know, what they can do to kind of solve that issue when it comes to just matching up with pure size and athleticism. You know, a lot of it, all that Nebraska can do is just fight harder, you know, initiate first contact, and, you know, be the aggressors every time the shot goes up. And they certainly did not do that at all against Purdue, or at least not until it was too late. And it ended up costing them. So that's by far the most glaring concern for me, just because those issues aren't going to go away. They'll probably become magnified more than ever the deeper Nebraska goes into the season.
Yeah, Robin, along those lines, it's interesting because, you know, if you look at the best wins that they have this year, and I'm looking at Bart's rankings right now, they have a win over the number 6 team, Illinois, on the road, number 24 team, Indiana, on the road, Michigan State 15. Of course, that was at home. And yet, because the losses have come lately versus teams ranked 1, 6, and 8, there is like the have they peaked, I guess, discussion that makes it come up, given that they do have those good wins. Do you think that is like a very real concern, that at the very least they're not playing their best basketball anymore at this point in time, as their tough or the competitors, at least in the league, are starting to do so?
Not really. I mean, they lost at Michigan by 2 points without 2 of their best players. They got straight beat by Illinois the second time around, but, you know, that's the second game against a really good opponent that was playing as well as anybody in the country at that point. And so, like, you just kind of take that one on the chin and move on. And then, you know, the Purdue game is, out of those 3, the most disappointing, just with the way that they started that game and the total lack of intensity and real focus and want to, in a lot of ways, that put him in such a big hole. Now you can also tip your cap for them figuring it out and finding a way to come back and have a chance to win it in the final seconds and win it again in overtime, despite all of those failures. And so, I mean, I think that if anything, that Purdue game shows that, you know, when Nebraska's dialed in, they can beat anybody. And when they have their full complement of players, they can beat anybody in this conference. And the problem is they just got to find that consistency, both with their availability with the lineup, and then also, making sure that they're locked in for the better part of 40 minutes and not put themselves in these, almost insurmountable holes that, even the best teams in college basketball struggle to overcome.
Robin Washut joining us from On3, HuskerOnline.com. I know he fouled out, but second game in a row where Rink Mast put up good numbers. Can we now officially put the Rink Mast watch on hiatus?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, he got the point total up as good as he's had all season, really, Rutgers, and then followed it up with hitting multiple three-pointers, including some really timely buckets down the stretch that, almost won him the game. And he makes that free throw at the end of regulation. We might be celebrating, an absolutely monster win for this team. So that just shows the value that he has, that when he's playing well, Nebraska's really good. And they started, the 3-point thing was kind of the one last thing you wanted to see from him. He was able to play an inside out game at Rutgers, and then, stepped up and shot the ball with confidence and consistency the way he was earlier in the season against Purdue. So yeah, I think that picture is looking a whole lot better, and I'm not really worried about that part of it whatsoever. And that's just kind of the nature of the game. Guys go through slumps, and sometimes you just need to see the ball go in a few times. And I think that happened with Rink, and he is, if he's not there already, he is well on his way towards being back to his full form.
Robin, Frager had the most turnovers in a game for him since all the way back at the end of November versus USC Upstate. He had 7 points on 3 of 8 shooting, had some lapses on defense. Was this the first true kind of freshman game that he has had this year? And this is such an obvious follow-up, but that's how important is it for him to get back to the way that he was playing before that injury versus Washington, 3 weeks ago now?
Yeah, I still wonder just where he is in his recovery from that. You're seeing him making progress, but he just doesn't quite look as dynamic as he did before that ankle injury. And, keep in mind, he's still within the window of the recovery time frame that was projected, 2 to 4 weeks was what they initially set for him. And so it's not a surprise that he's still working his way back off that. So I do think that's part of the deal. But then also, Purdue's good. they got some good players. And again, with the way that they came into that game, just not even flinching at that environment and playing 10 times harder than Nebraska did, I think that it certainly impacted Braden, but he wasn't the only one that kind of looked a little shell-shocked there at first. And so, yes, they need him to be better. He's such an important piece of their lineup because of the different things that he can do that pretty much no one else on that roster can do. But for him to be that type of player, I think it's just a matter of time and recovery for him to get back to 100%. And, I'm sure he's inching his way towards that, but he's just got to have one of those games where he's not thinking about the ankle and he's getting back to attack mode and, not being hesitant. I think he was kind of forcing it a little bit with his 3-point shot, and it never really looked right against Purdue. I would like to see him, like Rink did against Rutgers, just go at the rim and just try to get that confidence going in the paint, and then let that confidence spread behind the 3-point line. But, I'm not overly concerned about him because he's had some freshman games, as you would expect a freshman to have. And I think by and large, he has been far more of an asset than a liability.
Up next, Northwestern, team that Nebraska handled with ease a month ago. Get them on a Saturday. Hey, look at this, a Saturday home game. How unique is that?
You can play those? I didn't know those were a thing.
Yes, those are a thing. It actually does exist. Now, unfortunately, the 2 Saturday home games you get are against arguably 2 of the weaker teams remaining on the schedule. So it's not like you even get even the Iowa game, which is the regular season finale. But hey, at least it's a Saturday. So biggest concern heading into the final 7 games, or maybe better question is, what needs to be fine-tuned here as we're now getting to nut cutting time?
Yeah, it goes back to coming out with the assertiveness and intent with how you play right out of the gate. Like, you're not in a situation where you can afford slow starts anymore, and like constantly putting yourself behind the 8 ball like that, like they did against Purdue. I mean, that just shows how hard that is. Like, they played unbelievably over those last few minutes, and it still wasn't enough to win the game. And like, so this game against Northwestern, I think, is a perfect opportunity for them to set the tone right from the jump all over a Northwestern team that, you know, I guess the good news is they kind of had that game where they play out of their minds against Michigan, and they still lost. So you guys got to wonder kind of what their confidence level is. I think Nebraska matches up really well with them. And as long as Nebraska brings the fight and doesn't just try to go through the motions, they should be able to take care of business. And I think just having a game like that on your home floor, keep in mind, they've lost their last 2 at home. And so it's been a while since they've walked off the PBA floor as winners. And so I think just getting back to that, especially with how home heavy the rest of the schedule is, you know, that's important in its own right. So I think this is one of those things where Nebraska just needs to get back to being themselves and play like the team that you saw over the last 8 minutes or whatever between the end of regulation and overtime against Purdue. Because when they play like that, like I said, they can compete with anybody in this league, especially a team that's kind of limping down the stretch like Northwestern. And when you get a team like that at home, you got to do what you're supposed to do and make sure that doesn't get any more uncomfortable than it needs to be.
Yeah, and you know the other weird part about that, Robin. So they've lost their last 2 at home. The previous win then is over Washington, and it's not like anybody was having a good time that night because that was when Frager got hurt and everyone was freaking out, worried he was going to miss the entire season. So they haven't had like a normal home game since January 13th. That dominating win over Oregon.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just this big thing is just to get some good vibes going. You got alumni weekend, you got the 95, 96 team. Who should all be in attendance. I did confirm, I just put that out there today, that Teron Lu will not make it, unfortunately. There was a last-minute schedule issue with, the Clippers hosting the All-Star break, and he couldn't get away, even though Nebraska did all they could to bring him back. So that's unfortunate, but everybody else, for the most part, is going to be there. And so, like, it should be an awesome event for the fans and former players. I think they got, like, 67 former players, and I think that number's up to around 75 with coaches and staff coming back. So it should be a really fun vibe. And as long as Nebraska does what they're supposed to do, that can be that feel-good home game on a Saturday. Weather should be beautiful. That I think the team needs and the fans need. They've shown up for some big games, and have unfortunately been let down the last 2. So to just get some good mojo going back in PBA might be just as important as anything outside of just getting a victory.
Robin, have you heard any rumblings from folks within the program about the spring game being scheduled when it is and how it may conflict with the NCAA tournament?
I have not. I know that all I've heard is like from Troy Dannon, who says that it's like not going to be an issue. Like if worst case, I would imagine they would just move the time of the spring game. Like if they're in the fortunate situation where they have to alter it around an Elite 8 game for Nebraska basketball, I think that's something that they can manage. So I don't look at it as anything big. And again, there's a long road before that even becomes a situation at this point. But if it does come to that, I have confidence that Nebraska's brass and the football program will accommodate accordingly to, allow fans to enjoy a pretty unprecedented weekend.
Robin Wash at HuskerOnline.com. All right, Robin, enjoy a rare Saturday game, and please stop the people from throwing marshmallows onto the floor. It's unbecoming. It's
Bill Moose was right.
Now, I guess in a serious note, in the statement they put out, they mentioned multiple incidents. We only saw the video of the one thing being thrown.
What was the other incident?
Did you see anything else from where you were sitting?
No, I mean, we're like cat a corner from the Purdue bench, so I probably couldn't be much further from it. But
right,
I was talking with some Purdue people that were talking there, and like the only like real thing that I heard was they said that there was about a half full beer can thrown. It didn't hit any players, but I think it just like splashed on them. So like it wasn't like there was any injuries or anything, but like
right,
the reality is, like, don't do dumb stuff like that. That's just idiot stuff. That, you know, beers and frustration and all that stuff aside, like, let's get it back under control here, fellas.
Yes, agreed. Don't make. I mean, Bill Moose has had enough to celebrate this week.
Yeah,
don't make
seriously.
him right by making him, you know,
a soothsayer with the beer.
The parade, the victory parade for Bill Moose continues.
The Bill Moose was right parade.
Hey, he got the head coach right.
Yeah,
he got the head foot basketball coach right.
Him and his wife both.
Yeah. So.
Well, technically, he wanted the other guy.
That's true. I mean, it was kind of a roundabout way. It was kind of like going around the elbow to reach the wrist, but they still made it. All right, Robin, have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you next Thursday.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you later.
Bye, Robin.
Robin Walsh at HuskerOnline.com.
By the way, the spring game is at 11, so it will not interfere at all.
Right. My thing is more with just if there are people that want to go.
To what, the spring game?
No, to the Elite Eight.
Then they should go to that. Why would they go to the spring game?
I know, but the idea is.
Oh, you're saying like to go to both?
Right.
Oh yeah.
Why would you pigeonhole yourself? And as we pointed out yesterday, the ticket prices change in value. You can buy them early for the cheapest price, or the week of at double the price, or the day of for like 2.5 times.
You know the other weird thing about this, John? Last year at this time, we were basically doing eulogies to spring games like they are gone and they are never coming back. Rest in peace. And now a year later, it's like, just kidding. The idea from last year was really stupid and nobody liked it.
Now there's zombie spring or vampire spring games.
So let's remind folks of why we got rid of these things in the first place by bringing them back.
I think it's a good thing that nobody cares about this garbage anymore. Like, this is good for the team.
I still think that the spring game, what used to be the spring game, should just be used as like a fan fest, celebrating
That's
the
what
fans.
they did last year. Everybody hated it.
Basically what they did last year.
Maybe Bo Pelini was onto something when he canceled it because of that tornado back in 2012.
So you're saying we never got a tornado
or cancel the spring game?
Famously, we never got the really, really bad weather that brought Jim Cantori here in the first place and forced Tom Osborne to give away all the concessions.
I thought we had a tornado warning.
No.
Are you sure? I thought that there were sirens that day. Maybe it just rained really hard.
I remember because I was in Omaha and we had the same issue because we had Creighton baseball and I came back to cover severe weather and I sat there in the studio for hours on end waiting for the weather to start happening and it never happened. Oh well.
I love baseball.
Indeed. Oh my gosh, we know.
Well, you'll love us talking about baseball, not from the reasons why you enjoy baseball, but the reason why we won't be joining baseball in a year.
Shout out to me. I read a baseball story and I sent it to John. Yeah.
You did.
This morning, Riss was like, what kind of prep are you doing right now? Like, I'm reading a story by Jeff Passan. And she was confused. I was like, look, I know what I'm doing over here.
Confused because you were reading?
No. Damn it. Curses.
Yeah, that we got some other odds and ends as well. Also, still to come, Bama gone soft.
No, those Southerners, they're doing it again. Losers. Hey, you know what? If the shoe fits, if the Civil War shoe fits.
Allegedly.
What is being alleged here?
Oh, they pretty clearly lost the Civil War.
Yeah, John, are you trying to Civil War?
No. I'm saying just
South
the
will
general
rise
nature
against
of
Bishop.
the softness.
Yikes.
The general nature.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Anyway, this is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. If you want to see the Novas in action, 1620 Zone has you covered. The Omaha Supernovas are hosting Orlando this Sunday.
Who's
at 5
Orlando?
o'clock.
Valkyries.
Okay, not bad.
It's a great game.
CHI Health Center, Omaha. Listen all week to Happer and Schaefer for your chance to win your way to the game. So, are other teams in the Pro Volleyball League, are they also named for Tom Cruise movies? Do we have the
Mission Impossible?
Do we have the Providence Top Gun?
Ooh.
The Detroit Days of Thunder?
What's that one? The Miami Cocktails?
The Miami Cocktails.
That movie was garbage.
You got to watch out for the Minnesota Minority Report, though.
Nice.
Minnesota Minority Report. I'll tell you, the worst team in the league, guaranteed every year, the Vancouver Vanilla Sky.
We should do that for a movie club.
No. I will boycott. No way in
You're
hell.
not allowed to boycott.
I am too.
I've never seen it, John. I've heard good things.
I will stand my ground on Vanilla Sky.
I've heard
someday
good things.
we may end up having to do the stupid Mount Doom crap, but by God, I will draw the line at Vanilla Sky.
It's available on Paramount Plus.
Watch out for the debut.
Good.
Days of
You
Thunder.
can enjoy it. You go enjoy it.
Would you rather do Vanilla Sky or Days of Thunder?
I mean, I'll watch Days of Thunder. I'll laugh while it's on. I mean, it's a good comedy. But
Mustache Adam, watch out for the Washington War of the Worlds. This is a fun bit. This is a good bit.
That's a good bit.
What's the let's see. What about the Portland Eyes Wide Shuts? I've never seen that movie.
The Raleigh Risky Business.
There we go. Is Eyes Wide Shut streaming anywhere these days? Let's find out.
Oh, that was a kind of a weird
Oh man,
movie.
it's on Tubi. It's a 2 hour and 39-minute movie on Tubi. It'd take like 4 hours. No, thank you. No, thank you.
The Minnesota Mission Impossible.
I like this. Hey, that's
I'm
what
running
Mustache Adam
I'm running
just
out
said.
of Tom Cruise movies now.
Yeah.
I'm tracking my brain. Tom Cruise movie. What are we gonna do?
What? Give me a city that starts with a J.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville Jack Reachers.
Oh my gosh. Good job by you, Nick.
Was he Jack in the Jack Reacher?
They made one back in 2012.
Uh-huh.
Well, give me an E name.
The Toronto Tropic Thunder.
Nice.
That is good.
What's an E city or an E town?
Well, Edmonton.
Edmonton, Edge of Tomorrows.
We should just create an entire league. It doesn't even matter what sport they play, where all the team nicknames are Tom Cruise movies.
I like this.
I need to see.
Chapel
Cleveland.
Hill or Cleveland. That's better.
Cleveland Cocktails.
We already did cocktails.
Oh, you did cocktails.
Well, yeah, we did the Miami cocktail.
Yeah, we weren't doing the alliteration back then, though.
Yeah. Now it's all
the Omaha Outsiders.
Oh,
that's right. He was in the Outsiders.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the Outsiders.
Wow.
The Arlington, all the right moves.
Which movie actor, if all of their movies were made into team nicknames, would have the best league?
Now that is a great dumb debate.
Bruce Willis.
That is a dumb debate.
That is a great dumb debate.
I mean, the Dallas Die Hard.
The Dallas Die Hard. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ooh, a chance. The Memphis Magnolias. There we go. Excellent work by all of us. Wow.
Something tells me Harrison Ford might have a shot, The Raleigh Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I mean, yeah, the Washington Air Force Ones is a layup.
The Seattle Star Wars. What?
The Seattle Star Wars Episode 7.
Yeah,
the Washington Witness.
I guess the first one was A New Hope.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go.
Go check out those tickets.
Get your Supernova tickets now. Tom Cruise will not be at the match. Do not say that you heard it on the radio that Tom Cruise will be at the match on Sunday afternoon. So, yes, Jeff Passan.
Not
America's
friend of the
favorite,
Grum, sadly.
America's favorite baseball writer.
I feel like we could get him on the show.
I tried to get his number from people, and he's very tight with his number.
Really? Even Farron doesn't have it? Or Farron said, no, I'm not allowed
Farron
to
said
it.
no.
Rats. Because I bet if we asked Farron to ask Jeff to come on the show, I bet we could get him.
We could try.
We just would have to try really hard.
Well, you know what? Let's keep that in the back pocket for next year when there is no baseball, because
He'll have
there's
a lot of free
lockout.
time.
They'll have a lot of time. He had a really good article today.
Yes.
On the Kyle Tucker Dodger contract and just the offseason in general. And it really outlines everything, the argument about to cap or not to cap.
No cap.
And of course, as we know, baseball does not have a salary cap. It's the only major league that doesn't really have anything that is cap or cap adjacent. I mean, the closest thing they have is the luxury tax, but that's not really a salary cap because obviously the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees most times blow right past it. And a lot of back and forth about, what this means, the fact that you have two ball clubs in particular that owned by either huge conglomerates or just a singular billionaire like Steve Cohen, who are just willing to, they realize, hey, we're going to spend to win, period. We're just going to spend to win no matter what. And the deferred contracts, some of the numbers that were brought up in here. Oh my gosh,
crazy.
So when you combine the payroll and the tax penalties, the Mets have spent $1.78 billion over the last 5 years, total, cumulatively over the last 5 years. The Dodgers, believe it or not, are second, $1.71 billion. And then the Yankees are about $200 million behind that. But the difference is between those teams at the top and the teams at the bottom. The A's have spent $347 million in the last decade, not 5 seasons, decade. While the Mets have spent almost $1.8 billion in the last 5 years. The Pirates have spent $356 million. So you have this huge chasm right now. And that's one of the arguments that's being made by the owner's side of the ledger is, well, with a cap also comes a floor. So if you cap the salaries, just for argument's sake, at $300 million a year, but you institute a floor and it starts at $150 million a year, you would have a bunch of teams.
Yeah, he mentions the Marlins would have to spend $82 million. The A's and Rays would have to spend $71 million. And the total number there is 11 teams would have to spend an additional $540 million.
And so the idea is, well, to the players, because the players are like, we don't want to cap. We don't want to cap. We don't want to cap. Absolutely not. We don't want to cap. The owners are arguing, well, but if you raise the floor, you're increasing overall spending because while your Dodgers and Mets and Yankees aren't, exceeding the luxury tax, that money that would be brought down because of a salary cap would be offset and then raised by all of these low spending franchises who are going to have to double or maybe by 2.5 times raise their overall spending. And so at the end of the day, the amount of money in the overall salary pool in Major League Baseball would be greater. That's the argument that they're making. But there is such a hard line right now on a cap of any kind because what the players union sees this as, and just for baseball across the board to raise the franchise values. Because one of the arguments is we're not seeing the franchise valuations go up as much as we're seeing it in our brother sports like the NFL,
NBA.
Hockey, NBA, because we don't have a salary cap, and it's creating a market where people aren't as willing to want to buy into baseball because it's not like college sports where it's a wild west, but it's kind of like Westworld, right? It's a fantasy Wild West.
Nice reference for Nick.
Because
it seems closer to college really sports than it does to like the NFL,
yes,
certainly.
Absolutely.
How would this work out? Because I imagine a lot of people are asking this question in their cars right now or at their work desk. How would this work out for contracts like what we see with Shohei, for example, where
we got a lot of deferred money? I mean, you'd have to. I have no idea.
Franchise. So, like I mentioned a moment ago, those franchises that would have to spend X amount of money to reach the floor. He talks about, so here's the Dodgers would be $236 million over the $280 million hard cap. The Mets, $150 million more. The Yankees, 85. The Phillies, a very nice $69 million more. Like, how would that even work out? How do you do a soft phasing in of any of these things, especially given what's the Juan Soto contract? It's like a 15-year deal. You know what? Yeah, 15 years, 765. Obviously, we know, and that's not deferred. We know that Shohei's is very much deferred. They're only paying him $2 million a year.
I mean, you would have to phase it in over time, and then you would also probably have to start reworking contracts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we hear about that all the time in the NFL where, like a Tom Brady famously would rework his contract to put the Patriots under the cap so they could go out and get him some more wide receivers or a better left tackle or whatever the case may be. And you would probably see a combination of a slow phase in over a few years, in addition to reworking some of these monster contracts. And that's another thing that's very unpalatable to the Players Association. I think something that's going to be worth watching as this begins. And again, this Major League season not in jeopardy. The CBA does not expire until this December. That's when
that's the season that's going to be.
It's expected there's going to be a lockout, and the owners are going to do a hard line.
And this is what it's going to be about.
So, it's you would have to, like I said, you would phase things in. But I think one of the areas where the owners are probably going to try to divide and conquer, if you go back to the NFL and how that argument went, you had a lot of the high-end, big money players telling the rank and file, don't sign this CBA. But you had a vast majority of the rank and file of the NFL players who don't make the big contracts, who said, no, we need this stability. We need this. And so I think I'll be curious to see if they the owners do try at some point a divide and conquer strategy where it's like, all right, yeah, the Shoheis and the Sotos and the Tuckers and the Bregmans and those guys who are making the big money deals, they might feel one way, but maybe you'll get a lot of the other players, the guys who are, making far, far less, to cave and say, well, yeah, this might actually be better. I might be able to get a bigger money deal going to a smaller market team because there's going to be a floor. Now, I don't know. The baseball union of all of the unions has been the strongest by far in terms of what they've been able to demand and what they have been able to win, which is why baseball does not have a hard salary cap.
And obviously they're going to be arguing against this over and over and over.
And
though, it's so interesting, John, like, because the last time, forget about COVID, because that was a weird one, but the last time that I can truly remember it seeming like, we might miss out on some baseball was 2002, right? That's the last time that I remember thinking, oh no, are they going to be able to finish the season?
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, the Yankees were, of course, the team, because they had come off of that great run, 4 titles, 5 years. They lost in the 2001 World Series, and they were the ones that were spending more money than everybody. And then it's funny because we entered in this period of a lot of different teams winning. And so as much frustration as there was with the Yankees then, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems even more dire now in terms of how the view is of the Dodgers. And Passan paints a really good picture in this story of just the frustration inside of Major League Baseball about the Dodgers and about how they've won the last 2 World Series and how they are spending more money yet again. It's not just the owners that are angry, it's the players that are angry. He writes, baseball's in a weird place today with everybody gearing up for the biggest labor war since 1994. When owners last pursued a cap, players resisted, and the World Series was canceled for the first time in 90 years. What do you want to happen? Because I know it's frustrating for you as a fan of a team that is not the Cubs, or is not the Dodgers, rather. You don't get to root for a team that is spending the money in that level. And yet this would be, it would just be a total change from what we have seen in baseball ever.
I am not versed enough. And a lot of times when I read about contracts and labor negotiations, my eyes glaze over because there's so many caveats. There's so many different rules. There's so many, different creative ways to restructured deals and the formula of all of this, it gets real tedious. At the end of the day, what I think is best for the sport is to have some kind of controls. We can't have, if you're going to have, I mean, I get why the haves and the have-nots exist in college sports, because it is a giant, you're trying to herd a lot of cats.
Sure.
You've got hundreds of schools and teams with varying degrees of interest and the like. You're talking about a concentrated league that all share a unified media contract and share a common goal and a common cause. 32 teams or 30 teams or whatever the number is for each specific league. That there should be a way that you can create something that is palatable for all and allows for competitive balance. And I know there are some people that will say, well, if you look at baseball, they actually have more diverse champions than any other sport. And that may be true, but it's also about access to the postseason and just giving the fans in general a chance to believe. If you are a Pittsburgh Pirate fan, you haven't had a chance to believe in 30 years. 30 years. And even if you're the Cleveland Guardians, yes, they've won the last 2 division titles and they've been painfully close.
But it feels like they're playing
the last 20 years.
Different
but
sport.
it feels like they're playing a different game right now.
Yeah.
And while we're always going to have the little engine that could, the underdog, rise up and try to defeat the big bad Death Star, that's great. But the one thing that makes the NFL so watchable and palatable for so many people is, sure, we know New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, Dallas, giant metropolitan areas, big revenue, big resources, millions of fans. But you don't feel like when the Jacksonville Jaguars go on the same stage that they can't compete. Obviously, if one team's got a really good roster, another team doesn't, that's a different. But you don't feel like, generally speaking, going into a season, that the Jacksonville Jaguars can't build a winning franchise.
Yeah, the reason that it doesn't happen in the pro or in the NFL is it seems more about incompetence in terms of how you're building rather than in baseball
and
where it
how
is
you draft,
where it's just about a decision.
Hey,
we are not going to spend that money or we can't spend that money.
We can paper over our mistakes with big contracts and just go buy players.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in the NFL, sure, yeah, you can win some free agent battles, but you also have to compete within the construct of a cap, and you still got to be able to draft well, and you still got to be able to assemble this roster. Whereas, with the Dodgers, it's like a trophy dash. You're just going out and saying, best guy at that position, pay him. Best guy, pay him. Best guy, pay him. Not that the Dodgers haven't also built a great farm system. I mean, they've done everything right. But at the end of the day, if they didn't have the resources that they had, there's no way they would be as dominant as they have been, winning their division practically every year, being in the World Series conversation practically every year. So that is the whole undercurrent. So what I ultimately want is something that at least resembles, I realize it's never going to be identical to it, but something that at least resembles the NFL in that going into any season, the Cincinnati Reds can feel like, hey, if we're smart and we put a good team together, we can win.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have to constantly try to overachieve. There's always going to be a level of that with baseball, but it seems like it's more that way than anything else. And, let's face it, and I don't look at the expanded playoffs. It's like, okay, great. Yeah, we're letting all of these scrub teams in. But at the end of the day, the best teams and usually the richest teams are getting closer to the finish line. And that is an ongoing issue.
Chance says, is the Bengals the closest you get to that level of cheapness in the NFL? And it almost worked that one time. Yeah, I mean, certainly they are not a franchise that I think anyone would want to emulate in how they tried to build. They never try to push money into future years to pay for it now, to try to win now. They've done some pretty wild stuff over the years as a franchise in honor of being cheap.
But what they have been in terms of cheap pales in comparison to the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Correct.
Pales in the comparison to the Athletics.
Yeah, the Guardians.
It's not even close.
Yeah, for sure.
Not even close.
Travis on Twitter. Are you guys talking about Major League Baseball or college football?
I mean, again, there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
It's to college, it's to the Wild West of college football what Westworld is to the Wild West. And there's some structure in there. There's some unity in there, but there's also a lot of we're just going to do whatever the hell we want and the rules be damned.
Sam writes, didn't this kind of blow up the 49ers dynasty? And he writes, 49ers cap hell led them to have to take risks on guys like Lawrence Phillips. People forget Lawrence Phillips was the running back.
Well, yeah, the 49ers were the last dynasty prior to the salary cap. But we still got the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whose dynasty lasted about the same length of time, and they actually won more Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
These violent delights have violent ends.
They do indeed.
They do indeed. All right. When we come back, has Bama gone soft? Is Bama threatening to go soft?
As baby poo.
Maybe Bama needs to check into some, I don't know.
They need some fiber in their
pills,
diet.
Fiber, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on a Thursday, 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy, where we love sports. And right now, there are many games being played in the association. And right now, you can download that Underdog app, or you can visit the website and you can check out all of the matchups that are going on tonight, because they are to the All-Star break. But don't worry, when the sport returns next week, many more games, many more picks to make and win money right now in Nebraska. And John, if the folks get their picks right, they can win up to 5,000 times their cash. And again, you can do it in Nebraska.
Yes, you can. And if you download the Underdog app today and use promo code 1620 The Zone, you'll score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Use our promo code 1620 The Zone. Underdog. Play it in Nebraska. Win picks. Make picks and win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org. Man, I'm telling you.
What up?
It's one thing if you take away my LA Bowl.
Mm.
It's another thing when you end the Detroit Poop Bowl.
R.I.P. to the
Did you see this?
I saw this.
Where's Nebraska going to play in 3 years?
When they have a new coach.
When they get to a bowl game again.
Now, I don't miss it from the standpoint of I can't even remember if I've ever watched a Detroit Poop Bowl.
Sure.
I probably haven't. But it was nice to have that caveat out there, that little nugget. I mean, I truly mean the nugget, the last one that won't flush down the toilet. Because in the pantheon of bowls, you knew that your season was perfectly mediocre and could be rewarded for a 6-6, barely scraping by campaign than an invite to the Detroit Poop Bowl. And now it's gone.
It's gone. May it rest in power.
So now who gets to be the bottom of the pecking order? Who gets to be the low man on the totem pole? Who gets to be the reward for a 6-6 season in a place that no fans want to go to in December?
Sam writes, Raiola never got to play in the Detroit Poop Bowl, and he never will. Yeah. Nobody ever will. A dream will not be realized anymore.
Bye-bye poop.
Bye-bye poop.
Flush that nugget.
Very sad.
So this week, while appearing on the Columbus Sports Talk station 97.1 The Fan.
Interesting.
Paul Feinbaum. Yes, Paul Feinbaum showing up in enemy territory.
Wow, did he apologize
the voice of the
again?
SEC.
Did he apologize again for saying the Big Ten is bad? That absolute idiot. John,
I mean, the Big Ten is bad.
Did you apologize yet?
Big Ten's awful. No, I ain't apologizing for nothing.
For all your stupid takes.
You know what? I apologize, Big Ten, that I didn't criticize you before.
Interesting.
But
straight natties.
Go buy your T-shirts now.
Hey, did you see they sold out of those shirts?
Yeah. Tony Petiti literally bought them all. They're going to be white elephant gifts next Christmas.
It's like when people sell a book and they buy 1 million copies so it shows up on the...
Yep.
White elephant. Speaking of elephants.
He said...
Alabama. Good job, Nick.
He said, because Alabama is scheduled to play Ohio State, the next two, not this year, but the year after and the year after that.
The year
right?
that baseball's canceled, 2027 and 2028. Yeah. The year's baseball will be canceled. Sorry.
Quote, I sincerely doubt the Alabama game is going to happen based on what I've heard from Alabama's AD. He's got a shaky situation there anyway with a coach who is in trouble. I really don't think we're going to go too far and see those games. I know what Ohio State's Ross Bjork has said and what Texas's Chris Del Conte has said and what other ADs have said, but the reality is that 9th SEC game is going to be very costly for a lot of teams. And so here we go.
Now, wait. So, okay, I'm a little confused. By the way, Greg from Hastings. Maybe the Huskers can play in the Crab Creek Bowl.
Oh.
Brought to you by Bill Moose.
Bill Moose's Platt Crab booth.
So, John, here's what I'm confused by. The SEC, they're moving to a 9th conference game, as referenced by Paul.
Yes.
But one of the requirements from Greg Sankey is going to be that they all play power competition. Now, does this... So, are we going back to that old joke about how if this was required by everybody, Kansas would be getting 100 phone calls? So, Alabama's going to play Northwestern, but they're not going to play... Ohio State. Is that the idea here?
I think that's the idea here.
You said it at the start of the show when we teased this. This is not coming from Alabama, but the concern is that is coming from someone who is plugged in. Say what you will about Paul, and obviously he makes people mad and all those things. He is plugged in. This reminds me, John, in a little way of what we talked about a couple days ago with the Bill Moose Big 12 stuff and how I referenced Tom Chattel had this column that I found a little odd back in August of 2020 when he's like, maybe Nebraska will leave for the Big 12. And in the moment I thought, what is Tom hearing? Well, I think we know he was hearing something that the athletic director at the time wanted Nebraska to leave. I would compare that to this.
Yeah, a lot of times people do float ideas.
Like
get them out there
like
to
the Detroit Poop Bowl.
To see how people would respond. Here's the crazy thing about this. I know that I have railed against the power structure of college athletics.
You?
And how just blind and incompetent some of these people are. But they truly, truly don't understand the pulse of their consumers. They don't understand the feelings and the desires of their audience. They misinterpret television ratings for, oh, well, we can just do anything we want and people will still come. That doesn't mean that folks still won't get angry, especially at the ground floor, if schools like Alabama start backing out of these games. You know, we've seen some of it, and, you know, not that it's the driving force behind the off season of discontent that we've experienced around here. The bad vibes off season.
Oh, it's bad.
But I do think there is an undercurrent that dates back to the cancellation of the Tennessee series.
Oh, you mean like what Sicilian writes? Just like that rat Troy Dannon canceling the Tennessee series?
Exactly.
So pathetic.
That the seeds for bad vibes off season, yes, is it predicated mostly on the performance on the field?
How they got blown out in their last three games? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But the general roll your eyes, shrug your shoulders, harumphing that we do when we hear things like, well, we're canceling the Tennessee series, just kind of lays the groundwork for folks to then dive in a little bit harder the next time they get some bad news, or the next time the team fails them, or the next time a recruit doesn't pan out, or the next time Nebraska misses out on a transfer, or whatever the negative story might be. It adds to all of this. And so the constant misreading, you should not have to be floating any trial balloons. This is pretty much as ridiculous to me as Scott Frost reaching out to Steve Sipple, asking him to float the trial balloon about canceling the Oklahoma series. And, hey, will you help me? Will you help support me on this? Because you knew what the response was going to be. It was going to be negative, and people were going to call you chicken. And the difference between Scott Frost and Marty McFly is Marty McFly got over people calling him chicken and ended up winning the day. Scott Frost ended up getting fired. But, I mean, it's incredible to me that we have to float these ideas out here to see if, a little trial balloon, let's see if people will go for it. Oh, they'll understand. No, they won't, especially at Alabama.
Hey, but that's the thing, man. I think sadly some people do understand, because sometimes I don't think you and I are in the majority on this. I think you and I are in the minority, because when the Tennessee series was canceled, how many people did we hear from, that said, I just want wins. I don't care. I just want wins. And I guess if this is what Alabama is thinking about, I mean, I would say that the Kalen DeBoer era might already be more lost than I realized it was. But you know how it is. Like, I hope that you and I are in the majority on this, but I don't think we are at times. People want wins. People want wins, and they're fine if the wins come against slop. Like, you know, Ari Wasserman, great friend of the Grum, has been arguing with people all day long about this. And, you know, I've been reading some of his responses, and one of them earlier, why should they play? Indiana gave us the blueprint. They're reverse engineering an argument based off what happened with Indiana, while ignoring that Indiana also ran through the Big Ten and then ran through the college football playoff. They didn't win the national championship because they weren't challenged in the non-conference. That's not why they won it. But yet people are going to view them as, that's what we got to do too. It sucks. It absolutely sucks.
Well, it's not good for the product, and I don't think it's good for the teams. And, oh, by the way, there's 12 teams that get into this thing.
Yeah.
And Notre Dame, if you would have replaced one of those lesser games with any team that could have been like a Wisconsin, even just a Wisconsin, who wasn't a great team, but they're at least a name, might have helped get Notre Dame into the playoff. I'm not saying it would have. I'm not guaranteeing it would have, but how many times did people use Notre Dame's, well, that schedule wasn't that great this year. And the two times they really had a chance to, show something, they fell short. that's what helped keep them out. So again, we learn the wrong lessons from everything. But here's the interesting thing about this, because you're right. The SEC, as in addition to announcing they were going to go to 9 conference games, also said, yeah, and we're going to mandate that every team play a 10th game against a power conference foe. Well, you're right. Kansas going to get some phone calls.
Northwestern's going to get some phone calls.
Northwestern's going to get some phone calls.
Only so many.
Now they're not going to.
Oh no! Are you going to say Nebraska's going to get some phone calls?
They probably won't answer. They probably won't answer the phone.
No, because they need easy schedules too.
But they'll get some phone calls.
That's tough. By the way, I want to read this from Ari Wasserman. He wrote on 3 today. What if Texas had beaten Ohio State on the road last year? That would have likely given them another mulligan in SEC play and it all, but certainly would have made the CFP at 9-3. The reality of Texas's situation last year was that it didn't get in because it lost to Florida, not Ohio State. If Texas had beaten Ohio State and still lost to Florida, it likely would have gotten in. Imagine that. And then he writes later, why isn't anyone brave enough to dream about the benefits of winning those games? And man, I do love that POV. Instead of, well, what if we lose?
Yeah, it's always looked at from the negative.
What about if you win? A few years ago, Texas went into Tuscaloosa and won a game, and that game helped propel them into the college football playoff. There is a reward that can come from some of these matchups. You don't have to be afraid of everything. No. You can dream about winning those types of games.
But
Exactly.
I want easy. I want easy.
Pathetic.
It is pathetic. And again, it may all be conjecture. I would be willing to wager that this is being floated out there just to see what the reaction is, and that hopefully at the end of the day, Alabama won't resort to this. But just the thought that it's even being mentioned is, again, it's not good for the consumer. It's just not. And I don't think it's good for the teams. It's antithetical to what a competitor should be. And again, we're not advocating for anybody to go out and play 3 rock-hard opponents in the non-conference.
Whoa.
But challenge yourself.
Matt McMaster.
You don't
I wish I could
have
use that drop.
You don't have to play a MAC team, an FCS team, and then some other scrub. You can go find somebody that challenges you. Even if it's maybe not like the ultimate challenge, just something.
Yeah. And I the one final thing that I'd say on this, I'm so frustrated of fans thinking about the sport like they're an administrator or head coach. You don't have to think that way.
No, you don't.
You can say I want fun games because I like watching fun, memorable games. You don't have to think about it that way.
Coming up next, I don't care.
Oh.
On 1620 The Zone.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care.
It's time for I Don't Care. Now, Nick has threatened that his is actually an I care.
Yeah.
Not an I don't care.
Care.
I'm curious. Curiosity usually gets the better of me, but Nick, we never allow him to start. Let's hear what you actually do care about.
Yesterday on Twitter, I saw that Nebraska had released their black baseball jerseys, right? Their black uniforms.
Yes.
They look good. That's not what I'm upset about. What I'm upset about is the post that said back in black. I do care about that because it seems like, I'm pretty sure they did the same exact tweet for the football jerseys. Every team, it seems like, college team, whenever they do a black jersey, it's always back in black. Be more creative. There's so many things you could do. It doesn't always have to be back in black. I do care.
I like that, Nick. That's
I'm
good.
playing a sad fiddle.
I'm going to look it up, Nick. I'm going to look up if the Nebraska football account has ever tweeted back in black.
Of course they have.
Surprisingly, they have not. Wow. Interesting. I like that take, Nick.
Thank you.
That's a dumb take. It's easy. It's easy to use. Sometimes easy is good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sometimes
it's low-hanging fruit. Are we that creatively
You know what?
as
Another
a society?
term. Yes. You know what? Low-hanging
AI
fruit
told me
is
to
another
do this
word.
tweet, so I'm gonna do it.
You know what low-hanging fruit is another phrase for? The obvious. Sometimes it's okay to address the obvious.
John, you used to be more creative. What's up with you being okay with low-hanging slop fruit garbage?
He uses Al now.
It's only because you go, oh, I hate them guys. You're terrible.
And that's the only reason you're defending it.
I'm defending it because it's cool and it makes sense. Give me another song that's got black in there that's as cool as Back in Black.
Painted Black is way cooler than Back in Black.
Wrong. Painted Black is an infinitely better song.
Wrong.
Way better.
I got an I don't care. And I know the audience is going to agree with me wholeheartedly. I don't care about NBA All-Star Weekend. I remember when I used to be a child and I loved it. I loved the Rising Stars game on Friday. I loved the dunk contest and the three-point contest on Saturday.
Pooping my pants and watching Magic Johnson.
And I wasn't that old. And I loved watching the NBA All-Star game on Sunday night and how fun it was to see all my favorite NBA players and my least favorite players go higher or lower, promo code 1620 the zone, and watch them. I don't care. I forgot it was this weekend until I saw, it was Otson earlier today that said this is the last full day of NBA basketball until next week. And then I was reminded, the stupid All-Star weekend is here. John, I'm going to go one step further. I don't care about All-Star games. They should cancel all of them. They are a relic. They're a relic of the 80s when Back in Black was viewed as a cool, hip song.
Welcome to the Black Parade.
Yeah.
Another great song.
Yeah, get rid of All-Star games. They're garbage. I don't care.
I don't care about the TV ratings for the Super Bowl or the Super Bowl halftime show.
Oh, God. From your lips
now,
to
normally
God's
I
ear.
do. Normally, because in college sports, the TV ratings kind of drive who goes what and where. But in the NFL, it's already the biggest league. What difference does it make if this game wasn't as much watched as last year's game or the game before that or the game before that? Sure. Would there have been at least a little bit of joy in my heart to say that, yes, America totally rejected this game because they hate the Seahawks and the Patriots are overwrought? Yeah, absolutely. But I really don't care. And then, of course, all the political falderall about the halftime show. Please, just stop. Just stop. Get your politics out of my sports. Just let me enjoy this last game of my year.
Wow.
Just let me enjoy my game in peace. Hell, none of y'all could understand what he was singing about anyway, so why do you care?
Supermassive black hole.
Oh, Nick is still just looking up songs with black in
Black
the name.
Dog, Black Star,
Doc
Black
says,
Hole Sun.
Excellent take, Josh. All-Star games are worthless.
Black Sabbath if they play
I
on
still
Sunday.
enjoy most of those songs you're naming, no one's heard.
Black
The
Sheep.
baseball All-Star game, because it is like the only thing on the calendar, still works.
Yeah. You could read a book that night.
Good.
Well, yeah, you could read a book that night, but But the one thing the baseball All-Star game has that all the others don't is, A, it looks like the players are still trying, and B, it looks like they still care.
That's
and
the thing
it also sits on the schedule where there's nothing else going on, and so you don't have other distractions.
The thing that baseball's All-Star game does have, admittedly, is that it still looks like baseball, whereas the NBA All-Star game does not look like basketball in its most competitive sense.
Correct.
And obviously the NFL's has turned into a flag football game. Hokey Skirt says U.S. hockey put belt to ass on Latvia. They don't care. We talked about it in the crossover because Matt wouldn't stop giving us play-by-play. Shout out to America. They got a 5-1 win today, and they're playing Denmark on Saturday, and then Germany on Sunday.
Black celebration.
Nice.
If Team USA wouldn't have scheduled Latvia instead of Ohio State, maybe we'd be more interested.
That's a great point.
We're just waiting for them to play the good teams. Mainly Canada.
Mainly Canada. We're waiting for the gold
It's
medal
all
game.
a countdown to Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
America's hat.
There you go. That's I don't care.
Well, coming up next, we've got the happy hour. We do have a quick anecdote about the Winter Olympics, but also
a Winter Olympics topic from John?
No, it's not really a topic. It's more of a fun observation.
A fun observation. Okay.
And please don't believe the hype.
Oh boy, I can't wait to yell about this. I am very excited. I care. I care about this.
I know you do.
Don't do it.
I know you do.
I'm triggered. I'm already pre-triggered.
I know you are.
I got pre-triggered in my microphone.
Oh. Clean that.
I'm going to keep it triggered.
Please clean that. The happy hour is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Hours on the air.
Wow, were you so unhappy
I'm pumped. I'm
about
happy.
what we're about to talk about?
Oh, wow,
Ready to
I'm
go?
happy. It's sunny
All right.
outside. Look at the sun, Nick.
It's sunny outside, and we can't be out in it.
bright.
Great.
That's
Just
messed up.
great.
Yeah.
Just great.
I have an idea. Next time it's nice outside, let's just do our show from the froth course.
I was gonna say let's just do tradesies. Happer and Shepper and Schaefer. They could do 2 to 6, and we could do 6 to 10. Thus, we could take advantage of the whole day.
That could be fun.
All right, tradesies. April Fool's Day. Tradesies.
Of course, the Winter Olympics are ongoing.
Watching
it's only got a week left, right? Aren't these
and-
things usually 2 weeks
It's
long?
next Sunday, yeah. So a week from Sunday. It's still like 10 days. Long.
Totally tubular.
Totally.
They're doing snowboarding.
Cool. Friend of the Grum, Jay Busby, who is
what's up,
covering the
Jay?
Olympics
He's
for
there in
Yahoo
Italy,
Sports.
yeah.
He's going through the Olympic rosters.
Yeah.
To find some of the more interesting names.
I love this.
In this year's Olympic Games. Here are 3 that he came up with this morning. In Italy, a speed skater, a women's speed skater, Francesca Lollobrigida.
Nice. That's a lot of letters.
That's a lot of letters. Man, she
2
would
O's,
be
2 I's, and an A.
She would be a great puzzle for Wheel of Fortune.
Well, it's
3 L's.
Italian, so it's Lollobrigida.
Oh, pizza.
It's a funny bridge.
LOL.
Also a speed skater, a men's speed skater from the Netherlands. That's the Dutch. Jenning de Boo.
Ooh, it's like a Zigboo.
There's 2 things I can't hate: people who are intolerant of other cultures, and the Dutch.
And someone who someday will be a professional teammate of Rink Mast from Germany, Axel Junk.
Ooh, and he's
Jungk.
from Germany, you say?
He is.
Axel Junk.
And he has a mustache.
Thankfully, it covers the entirety of his lip.
That's true.
Don't make that a little shorter there, Axel. That would be a bit rough.
It's a nice mustache.
He has been tweeting out some of these. These are 3 of them that I found most interesting.
Good job by you, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, John, let's break them down. So we're about a week into the Olympics. A lot of stuff's been going on. We saw an American last night win the 1,000 meters in the speed skating. He's from Wisconsin. How about that story about him doing speed skating on his lake at home? His dad would clear off the snow and he would skate.
Must be nice to have that kind of privilege.
It is that nice. Well, I don't know. I haven't
Wow, do you have a lake, Josh?
No, I don't. I wish I did.
Mr. Banks, time to swim in
John,
the
your
lake.
thoughts? Cool. I mean, that's an interesting breakdown of the Olympics.
That great.
What about that guy who got the bronze medal and then admitted to cheating on his partner of 6 months?
Oh yeah, did you see that story the other day, John? Oh, that was so funny. This guy won a medal, and then he was like, the love of my life. I cheated on her.
I cheated on her 3 months ago. I told her last week, but I
her.
also thought that this was a good idea to bring up here.
I'm now telling her again. I'm sorry. Take me back, please.
She responded to that by saying, I don't know. I was cheated on. This doesn't really change much for me.
Yeah, just because you won the bronze, he didn't even win gold.
I think it was less about winning the bronze and more about admitting it so publicly.
Yeah. Also, again, he didn't even win the gold.
True.
Oh, Kenneth writes, I don't care about the Olympics. I don't care. Honestly, kind of an upset that John didn't give us that in the I don't care segment.
Yeah, no joke.
I mean, it's kind of an unwritten rule. The only thing I really pay attention to is the hockey, and I'm really only going to pay attention when it's time for us to
win gold,
to rip off America's hat.
I'm kind of into the snowboarding. This is cool.
Yeah. Yeah,
the X Games of Winter Olympics.
John gets triggered by this for some reason.
Miss the X.
It's not triggered. It's what it is. It's the X Games of Winter Olympics. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The NFL Combine invites that went out.
John Deere, International Harvester.
Not that combine, Nick. This is otherwise known as the Underwear Olympics.
In John's mind, it is known as the Underwear Olympics. This is not caught on yet.
Nobody else has ever called it that.
Yes,
trying, John. I'm sure it'll work.
This is not my original content. This was somebody else's.
No way. This is like the Chiefs.
No, it is not.
I'm gonna search exact phrasing of underwear Olympics on Twitter and see if it has literally ever been used. All right, crap. It has.
Ha 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 ha. Yes. And according to Al, Underwear Olympics is a colloquial, often satirical term for the annual NFL scouting combine.
Created by John Bishop.
Do you know the whole thing with AI is that it always validates every single thing that you ask it? So it probably dug into your search history or knows you and took all of that information.
I've never searched the term Underwear Olympics until right now.
You've said it near your phone and you've said it very publicly.
Yeah. Anyway, so what's going on at the combine?
There's many different references to Underwear Olympics. Anywho, Nebraska had 2 invites. One was Emmett, and the other was Deshaun Singleton. Husker Online put out a graph of all of the combine invites of the last 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
And well, this is 2 behind last year. Nebraska had 4.
Yikes.
Didn't have any in 2024.
Double yikes.
Only had 1 in 2021.
What's up with the
behind me?
You put a little outline around some of the names.
The outline, those are the players who are Nebraska high school recruits. All the other players that got invited to the combine either were transferred here, JUCO.
That's not true. Cam Jurgens was a high school recruit. Austin Allen was a high school recruit. Cam Taylor-Britt was a high school recruit. Lamar Jackson, Carlos Davis, Khalil Davis. Those were all high school recruits.
Well, then I'm not sure. I must have misread what he was writing about.
Yeah, that's why
maybe he was just talking about the Matt Rule era.
That's probably what it was in the recent.
There you
era.
go. Yeah, Ty Robinson, Thomas Fedoni. Though Fedoni was a Frost recruit.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. All right, now I want to.
All right,
read
now
this.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
All right, who cares? It's the Underwear Olympics. We don't care.
Tough look there.
Just give me to draft day. That's all that matters. Just give me to draft day.
Mm.
Where by this time next year, we expect of all of the combine invites, at least, what would you say, 3, 4, maybe upwards of 5
will be from one position group.
Will be Nebraska's wide receivers and tight ends.
Yeah.
So this is that time of year. It's a little bit earlier this year.
That's because spring football is starting in the winter.
Yeah, winter football.
Winter football is coming.
Folks are doing their position by position primers, and the headline on HuskerExtra.com, that would be your Omaha World Herald. Now, I'm not sure if this is actually Sam's headline or someone wrote a headline
I don't want to
for
blame
Sam.
Sam. I love Sam. I love
it's
his
Sam's
work.
byline. He did the story, but the headline reads, is this Nebraska's best receiver group in a decade?
Why are we doing this again?
I will now yield my time to the senator from Omaha.
Did not we talk about this when the season came to an end of don't do this with the wide receiver room because we always do this with the wide receiver room? I bet I could find stories from each of the last 5 off seasons saying this is the best receiver group in Lincoln since last August. Exactly. We do this every year. Every year we say that this is a great receiver room. On paper, there are some nice pieces here. God, don't we need to see something, though, Nick, like 1,000 yards from any of these players before we're actually believing this, before we're actually buying into this? Don't we need to see Ja'Cory Barney not get blown over by a gust of wind?
You know what I'm reserving judgment for Nebraska's wide receiver room?
For Judgment Day.
Week 4.
Week 4. Why?
Of the 2026 season.
Why?
Because that's when they play an actual team.
And even then, I still wouldn't want to judge anything off of that because it's not even one of the best teams in the conference.
It's true.
Yeah, just don't do this. Yeah, Kenneth, just wait till you hear about the O-line. Yes! It's time. Memories of a goldfish. We're doing it all over again, John. I know basketball's been taking up all of our time, and it's been so nice because they've been good. Nebraska has been a good basketball team. They started 20-0. They're going to the NCAA tournament. Everyone's really excited. The football team was so garbage at the end of the year, we've been allowed to not think about them. But now it's time. Now it's time to say the offensive line is going to be the best it's been in years. The receiver group is going to be the best group it's been in years. Emmett Johnson, he wasn't even that good. They're going to be just fine at running back. Anthony Calandria is not going to turn the ball over 30 times. Things are going to be great. Triggered.
Dylan Raiola won't get sacked multiple times against Minnesota.
That doesn't matter against Minnesota, yes.
We've been down this road a lot.
Don't want to go.
You know what's blown me away as I'm looking over Sam's account?
What?
Good God, they got a lot of bodies in this room.
They do. Yeah, they are admittedly are bringing back a lot of players.
I'm just going to read them all now. It is wide receivers and tight ends. So we're talking about upwards of 4 of these guys on the field at the same time.
Maybe when he said best, he just meant quantity-wise.
It's the most they've had in 10 years.
I'll let you count because I
cool.
I have my socks on right now. Isaiah Hunter, Ja'Cory Barney, Luke Lindenmeyer, Janiron Bonner, Quinn Clark, Keelan Smith, Cortez Mills, Carter Nelson, Caden Ektanach, Roman Mangini, Demetrius Bell, Hayes Miller, Eric Ingvason, Danny King, Jeremiah Jones, Jackson Carpenter, DJ Singleton, Rowdy Bauer, Connor Shutt, and the new incoming Quasi Gilmer, Luke Sorensen, Larry Miles, and Nayland Scott.
I believe that was 23.
Oh,
that was 23. Nick, you're right. That's definitely a lot of players.
That is a lot of players.
Oh, a lot of guys. I don't know if they're dudes.
Severe says, remember famously, they've only had 3 wide receivers go over 1,000 yards in a season. I thought it was only 2. I thought it was Trey and what was the other one?
Shoot.
Who was the other one? It happened, right? Oh, Stanley Morgan. Was it Stanley?
It might have been Stanley.
I think it's only 2.
Flat Stanley.
I think it's only
Well,
2.
and listen,
Nice, Nick.
I get that the 1,000-yard mark is a nice benchmark for an individual. You can have, listen, you can have 3 guys go over 700 yards, right? And you know, again, you're measuring in the aggregate. So I'm not so much looking at, hey, this one breakout super dude, but just to have quality across the board would be nice. I'm not asking for excellence. I'm just asking for some quality across the board. And that's been hard to find year in and year out. I mean, last year.
By the way, the other one was Johnny Rogers. Thank you, Michael. I forgot about Johnny the Jet in 72.
Because he did have 1,000.
Yeah.
Isaiah, 617 yards.
That's fine. That's fine. Like that's fine.
Ja'Cory Barney, 494.
That's less than fine. That's average. That's not even average.
Dane Key, who was last year's. Oh my God, can't wait for.
He
Dane
was
Key.
last year's transfer. He was the guy who was supposed to be the dude. He's last year's Quasi Gilmer.
452.
Oh, what a disappointment that was.
Yeah.
And admittedly, that's why I'm not getting excited. I said this after the season ended. It's that. It's that I got excited for him and I got excited for Mr. Banks a couple years ago, and both guys let me down big time. And so I'm not doing it. You know,
I mean, if we want to go literally here and say, as the headline screams, best receiver group in a decade, go back to 2017.
I was going to say Stanley Morgan and J.D. Spielman.
DeMornay Pearsonell
and DPE.
And they all cleared 600 yards in receiving and had a combined 17 touchdowns. Yes.
Two guys, I was going to say.
Stanley finished 14 yards shy of 1,000 and Spielman had 830.
Yeah.
And I know 2017 was not a good year.
Well, hey, if the shoe fits for 2026 as well.
Even if you want to, the following year, Stanley goes over 1,000.
Yeah.
Spielman goes for 818.
Yeah, that was also a really good receiving room. Now, the drop-off after that was quite large, but, I mean, your top 2 guys got 1,800. Aaron texted into the show, 402-951-1620. It's the most returning yards are close. The problem is you're comparing them to bad. Here is the best of the bad. Better question, is it finally above average? Yeah, I think that's maybe where some of my frustration lies. But again, a large portion of this is me as an individual getting burned by this position group time after time after time and not wanting to get burned by them again.
Time after time.
Yeah.
I know, everyone's going to be excited about the flashy new car. And I
Talking
know
about
Quasi Gilmer had the big game against Nebraska where he went for 88 yards and a touchdown, which was his best game that year. I mean, his numbers are okay.
They're not getting some 1,000-yard receiver coming in, man.
No, they're not. They're not. And again, I'm not obsessed with the whole, hey, got to get a guy to 1,000. Give me like 2017, 3 guys that get over 600 and maybe you'll have something.
Jordan says we'll also be starting a quarterback with less arm talent than the past 2 years, and a quarterback who's much more injury prone. Or turnover prone, excuse me.
Turnover prone.
In Anthony Calandria. Yeah, exactly.
And don't get me started on the whole tight end. We've been hyping up tight ends around here for decades.
I was going to say that goes back like 20 years now.
And
here's a question for you, John. What position group has gotten hyped the most the last 20 years as like this is the year they take the step forward? Is it offensive,
tight end?
Is it offensive line? Is it tight end? Is it wide receiver? Even more than
tight
offensive
end.
line?
Now, some of it, the tight end, some of it's kind of wishing and hoping.
Yeah, a lot of wish casting.
But with some of the individuals that they've had in there that have been, oh, this guy's going to be great. It's never materialized.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that how much of that is on them versus scheme versus quarterback decision making?
All of the above. Obviously, the problem has been everything.
It's all of it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not bagging on the Thomas Fidonis of the world, mainly because I don't want to be shushed. But yeah, it's a lot of it. That's one thing. You want to impress me, Dana Holgerson? Almost said Dana Altman.
Yeah. Dana Altman's on our brand this week.
Nebraska would never support him.
Correct.
Utilize the tight end.
But he's from Wilbur.
Nebraska? Seriously,
utilize the tight end.
Yeah, it's only a position that can absolutely change the math of the entire equation for the defense to have to deal with. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Last year, Lindenmeyer, 29 catches, 312 yards.
And hey, I don't see again. I'm talking to myself right now when I say a lot of these things. Don't get excited for some of the early season numbers or good performances against the dregs of the schedule. Like
true.
And I mean, the games could probably be tougher than we think that they are on paper right now. But don't do it because we got excited from him at the start of last year, and then there was a huge drop off when the competition got harder. Huge drop off. It's frustrating.
I know.
It's frustrating.
You're frustrated.
I'm very frustrated. I'm frustrated, in the words of Bill Callahan.
Speaking of Nebraska football, did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Spring game, 11 a.m., Elite Eight Saturday.
The former and still your former defensive line coach, Terry Braden.
I saw this.
Is going back to where he came from. That would be not his mother's womb.
Yeah, that's good.
That'd be
Kansas
hard.
City Chiefs.
Interesting move. Braden has been catching a lot of flack, rightfully so, in my opinion, for his horrible defensive line. But also, ask some people in the know with the program about Braden, and it doesn't really seem like you're going to get a whole lot of good stories about his time in Lincoln. He seems to be the coach. I'll just add allegedly to cover myself here. Allegedly, John, it seems like he was the coach that perhaps was overlooking Minnesota in the lead up to that game from some of the things that I have heard. Did not seem to mesh very well with the coaching staff in terms of how he maybe responded to critiques and criticisms of him over the course of the season. Maybe it's time to sell wholeheartedly on the Chiefs as a good team moving forward. Maybe they're about to become the Dallas Cowboys of the late 90s, where they're still a glamour franchise, but they're terrible forever. Maybe.
Now,
one could make an argument.
He's going to be an assistant defensive line coach.
Assistant to the defensive?
Yes.
All right, well, then maybe they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, he's not going to be one of the main guys. He's going to be a guy, which is what he was when he came to Nebraska. He wasn't the main guy. He was
You're talking about when he was with the Chiefs the first time.
The first time, yes. Yeah, he wasn't the main defensive line coach. He was the assistant to the regional manager.
Chad says Terry bad D end. Yeah, it's like Braden, but just making it weirder and worse. Yeah, his group really struggled. But hey, at least he's got a landing spot, and he doesn't have to move that far. Maybe he was renting out his home, and he just gets to move right back in there down in Kansas City. That'd be pretty exciting for him.
Makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up, we still have content. The Pac-12 is flexing. I want to get your thoughts on this.
Okay.
But the Pac-12 is a thing again, by the way, folks.
Yeah, it is.
It's not the Pac-12 you remember,
Absolutely
but it is
not.
in name.
It's not your older brother's Pac-12.
It is absolutely not your older brother's Pac-12.
It certainly isn't, but they are flexing. We'll explain after this on 1620 The Zone. Zone's giving away pairs of tickets to the next 2 Omaha Maverick men's basketball games, and it's end of the season in terms of the homestand. So last chance to see them. Mavs will host the St. Thomas Tommies.
Oh, nice nickname, Thomas.
Now, if this were a league made up of teams that were only named after Chris Farley movies, it would be the St. Thomas Tommy Boys.
I like that.
It's low-hanging fruit.
Oh, low-hanging fruit, but it's funny. Thursday, February 12th, that's today.
Oh, holy crap.
But the Mavs taking on Denver this Sunday at noon. And Middays with Matt has your ticket to get into the game.
Shout out to Matt. Also, shout out to this texter from the 310, which is California.
California?
Nebraska, dude. Nebraska will never have a wide receiver gain at least 1,000 yards next year when they brought in a quarterback who is going to be throwing to the opponent just as much as his own teammates. John,
if Anthony Calandria turns out to be pretty good and doesn't turn it over like crazy, there's going to be a lot of
Mr.
egg on
Colander.
people's face.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to have to worry about that, John.
Well, the Pac-12 conference is a thing now.
Yeah, we will have to worry about that.
Just like every other conference that has a number in their name, they don't match the actual number of teams that they have in the league. The
Wait,
Big
it's
Ten
not the
famously has
12?
18. The Big 12 has 16, and the Pac-12 has 8.
They should go back to calling it the Pac-8. It was the Pac-8 for many years. I think it was the Pac-8 when you were alive at one point, right?
It was.
That's
Arizona
stupid.
and Arizona State joined in the late 70s.
When did we as a society forget to count? I guess it was when the Big Ten added Penn State and kept the name the Big Ten. It's kind of a surprise.
Again, blame Jim Delaney.
Why didn't the Big 8 just keep their name as the Big 8 when they added the Texas schools? They should have done it. Idiots. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Texas wasn't going to allow it.
I care.
When you only have 8 teams, that means when you play a round robin, you only have 7 games in conference.
Yeah.
Which means you would have to schedule 5 non-conference games.
What year is it? 1993? You can't do that anymore.
Well, the Pac-12 is playing 8 conference games.
How does that work, John?
How are they doing it? Well, their final regular season week of the year.
Yeah.
They're doing
Champions Week.
Flex Week.
Let's go. Flex Protect Plus Week is what I will call it.
Flex Week.
Big shoes. Oh, shout out Kendall.
In which the matchups,
I'm the eldest boy.
The matchups will not be determined until the Sunday before the games are played. So in other words, they'll play their final set of games on the 3rd week of November. And then for Thanksgiving week, they will determine those games on the Sunday prior. Now, in order to keep scheduling balanced, they have already assigned which teams will play at home.
That makes sense. You got to do that. I like that idea.
That way, you know, hey, we're going to have X number of home games this year. So Colorado State, Fresno State, Utah State, and Washington State are the designated home teams. And then they will have an opponent from any one of the other 4 Pac-8 teams or Pac-12 teams, which are Boise, Oregon State, San Diego State, and Texas State.
Are they matching up best records? Is it like best on best? Is that the idea here? Or
Well,
is it just like grabbing a name out of a hat?
According to the New York Times story, a.k.a. The Athletic.
What up?
Every school will have a flex rematch game on the final weekend that will not count towards the conference standings, but will be scheduled based on the interests of the league, such as college football playoff or bowl considerations, according to the conference. So here's the other bit about it. These games don't count against the league standings. So the league standings will be determined by him. So essentially, you're just getting an extra game
to get
against
to
a conference foe to get to 12, and it will be used in a way on the best interests of the league. So theoretically, I mean, the idea behind this, if you're thinking about it normally, is, we're going to put best on best, right? Wrong. I think you're going to see especially if you have teams that are on the cusp of making a bowl. You're gonna try to finagle the schedule in such a way so that you get as many bowl eligible teams as you can. If you have multiple teams who are like on the border.
So these are truly like
in.
exhibitions.
Pretty much.
I don't understand.
What a brave thing to do.
What a brave thing. Good job by you, Pac-12.
Yeah.
Just do that.
I mean, they'll count on your overall record, but they won't count in the league standings.
Wow. Sonny writes, can Nebraska move to the new WAC 12? I want to win a conference championship Sunday. Yeah, I like that. Thank you, Sonny. No longer will we call this the Pac-12. We're going to call it the WAC 12.
I do like the WAC 12.
Especially because it has schools that used to be in the WAC, the
Oh.
Western Athletic Conference, Nick. May it rest in power. It is long gone. I love college football, but man, it gets dumber by the day. And speaking of dumb, have you seen the stuff that's going on with Trinidad Chambliss today, John?
Oh yeah, and we'll have an interesting soundbite for you coming up in content.
All right. Well, I assume this isn't how old is that soundbite? Because what's been happening over the last hour is that the judge just started reading. He started reading 20 minutes worth of like mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, no. This has to do with the earlier testimony.
He also said that it's clear that Trinidad Chambliss was not a healthy young man from senior year of high school through 2022. Nothing has been made official yet, but I certainly would believe, given that the judge is talking about how healthy he was as a teenager, that he is going to get another season of college football. Congratulations to all of our mid-20s boys out there who are allowed to continue to play college football forever.
Never grow up.
Seriously. It's
Just
like Peter Pan.
Just a piece of advice for the judge after he finishes reading his ruling and gives him the extra year. Just refrain from yelling hotty toddy at the end.
That's actually a great call, John. We don't want anyone to think he's a homer.
Yeah, or doing whatever gimmick the Ole Miss fans are famous for. I mean, you got the cowbells at Mississippi State. I don't remember what the gimmick is at Ole Miss.
Their tailgating is kind of what they're known for.
Some of these guys
they used to wave the Confederate flag too.
No, they did.
Some of these guys are going to be 35 and unable to get a job because they needed at least 10 years of professional experience in the field.
Nice.
It just keeps getting dumber and dumber all the time, doesn't it?
Oh, what a movie, though.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
What a movie, though.
The Denver Dumber and Dumber.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Jim Carrey movies.
Oh, man.
Maryland
Jim Carrey
Mask.
Movies. The Maryland Mask.
The Chattanooga Cable Guys.
That's good.
Thank you. Do what I can.
Was
the Tennessee Truman Shows.
There it is.
What
I
were
was
you
thinking Walter Mitty, but Truman Show is what my brain. I just couldn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got it.
You get there. You get there.
The Lexington Liar.
Oh man, that's
really
good.
good.
I haven't seen in a long time.
Jim Carrey might be a winner.
What was the Delaware Dick and Janes? You ever see that movie?
No.
It was pretty solid. I remember really enjoying it when I saw it in the theaters as a young spry boy. Ooh, Chance, the Albuquerque Ace Venturas.
The Evansville Evan Almighties.
Wow. Evan Almighty. I don't think he was in that one.
No, he was Evan Almighty.
No, you're thinking of the...
Oh, Bruce?
No, Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, Evan Almighty
So
was
the Buffalo
sequel.
Bruce Almighty.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never saw Evan Almighty.
It's fine.
Yeah, that was with Steve Carell.
Yeah, because Steve Carell's character was in Bruce Almighty. He was
Yeah.
the weather guy. No,
Yeah,
that was Brick Taylor.
No, he was the...
He was another anchor man, but then he started controlling him and he started saying like really,
Right.
really weird stuff. And they were like, you got to get this guy off of our TV. Jordan says the Youngstown Yes Men. Kenneth says Mississippi the Masks. I would just say the Mississippi Masks.
Yeah.
But I like it. I like where your head's at.
We had sad news today. Now, the good news
After
is
all
it
these
sounds
jokes, now we're going to go into dire
transition, John.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's going to get picked up by another team, but Nick Castellanos was released today by the Philadelphia Phillies.
Folks, let's all...
John said his name and I got worried. Careful, John.
I think we should all get ready to turn on the news at some point tonight because something huge is going to happen.
No joke. I bet the Rockies go for him because they love washed up old players.
Oh, really? Is that true?
Castellanos isn't that old.
Yeah, but he's washed up.
Is he?
He still hits home runs on days of big events, Nick.
Does he? He wasn't hitting much last year, and a lot
He
of
had
big
17 home runs last year.
Kenneth writes future Omaha Storm chaser Nick Castellanos.
Oh,
that's exciting.
Yeah, his war was pretty.
I might
bad
never
last
wear a
year.
headset again.
Chance Queen Elizabeth died again.
Chance, that's funny. Oh man,
He'll be 34 this year.
wow,
That's old in baseball terms.
I don't like it when it's like, he's reaching his dying days, and it's like, and he's still younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, incredible, absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Well, it would have been a perfect circle if Tom Brenneman would have got to announce the news.
I know, but he's just doing CW college football games. Yeah, Jordan says he was too busy drinking beers in the dugout to hit home runs. Did you see this?
Yeah. Did you read the story I sent you?
No, I saw that's where it came from. Yeah, Nick sent us a DM that he was.
It was an athletic story.
Yeah, well, I mean, he just did not seem to be the type of person that you want anymore.
They said he was a good team member, but not a good teammate.
That is quite the word salad.
Mm-hmm.
Quite the word salad there.
Well, coming up next, it is time for some content.
What is in content today?
About to celebrate the start of a new year tomorrow.
What? Woo! Happy New Year. You're calling your shot for the crossover?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, interesting.
Also,
Pressure is on.
we do have some audio from earlier today in the Trinidad Chambliss hearing that got a lot of attention today. So we'll have that and more in content, which is next as Unsportsmanlike Conduct continues right here, 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
We are ready for some content.
JBR Bracketology says Creighton has been eliminated as a potential at-large team for the NCAA tournament. Given the expectations of the program coming into the season, is this the most disappointing year of the Greg McDermott era?
Well, when you couch it in those words, yes, of course. This was a team that was scheduled. The idea of not making the NCAA tournament wasn't even thinkable at the beginning of the season, and now that is much, much closer to reality. And it's going to require a magical run in New York City. And as we've said, it is different than 2014, 2015, which was really the transition year for Creighton into the Big East Conference because of the players that they had lost and the roster they had left as they were trying to make the transition from a recruiting standpoint. So that year, while disappointing, was somewhat understandable. This one, more disappointing in terms of the preseason expectations.
The good part, John, about New York City is that it is the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. And so plenty of time for the Jays to go on a run. Yeah, to answer the question, though, seriously, to go back to the beginning, yes, absolutely, because that 2014-15 team, I don't know if we thought it would be that bad, but we definitely were expecting quite the drop-off. This was supposed to be a really good team. I famously, like an idiot, said they were going to go to the Final Four. And I very quickly heard from someone that was tied into the program that said, don't say that. I don't think that person, though, could have foreseen this coming.
Michigan was down double digits in the second half last night and proceeded to win by double digits of their own on the road at Northwestern. Is the Big Ten race OVER over?
I think it is. There was a question, John, that we got earlier in the text machine that pointed out that last week you said if Nebraska beat Purdue, they were going to win the conference. Well, that didn't happen, so you need to predict who's going to win the conference now. Everyone else is falling back. We've seen all these other teams lose. Illinois has lost a couple games in a row. We know about Nebraska. They've lost 3 out of the last 4. Michigan State, obviously, they're not a perfect team by any means, including a loss to Michigan, a couple weeks ago there. So, yeah, I think last night was the chance to bring everything back a little bit. I know that their schedule is tough, but I think that it is put a fork in it. It's done. Michigan's going to win the Big Ten.
I'm not ready to call the race yet.
Oh,
you still have to go to Purdue. You still have to go to Illinois. You still have to go to Iowa. You still have to play Michigan State. Oh, by the way, jammed in the middle of all of that is a neutral site game against.
But that doesn't count.
Dude, I know it doesn't count,
John.
but it's a game that you got to prepare for.
Sure.
And takes your eye off the rest of the ball.
Have to prepare for it?
I mean, yes, you do have to prepare.
Play it and see what happens.
I mean, I guess hard to argue with you there.
So
it's a 50-50
I am not
shot
ready.
of winning.
I am not ready to call it yet.
Okay.
Great news, one and all. Boys and girls, theys and thems throughout the land.
What happened?
College baseball is back tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Creighton is at St. Mary's. Nebraska is playing in the desert against UConn. Omaha at Arizona State. This sounds a lot like the slice of college
you're
baseball.
just doing the slice all over again.
Check out some new threads for the year. Creighton's royal blue and Nebraska's black uniforms.
Back in black, Nick.
Creighton's uniforms are nice. Nebraska's less nice. Nebraska, I'm not going to be the first to say it, but I will be the 800th to say it. The block end on the hat is doo-doo. Go to the, what do they call the other end, John? A normal
Well, it's just the baseball.
Script.
They had They had the baseball end, which was.
Do it like the one on the football helmet. I call that end, John, the Frank Solich end, because his polos, when he got hired at Nebraska to be the head coach, polos, they were just a normal N.
What if they went real baseball about it and just did like an N and a U, but kind of together, like on my hat?
I don't hate that either. I just hate this. It's just terrible. Those Creighton uniforms.
I don't hate the block end necessarily. It's just too big.
It is very big.
It's too big for a baseball
It's too
cap.
girthy.
Yeah.
It's very girthy.
It's like a
but
pop can.
Even though it's not one of their colors, I do like that Nebraska uses the script there, and Creighton is really, they've gone all back in on the, early 2000s Creighton script versus the regular team word logo that they have. And these blue uniforms with the baby blue numbers outlined in white are pretty cool. Also, today they introduced the cream.
Ooh, the cream team.
Cream pinstripes. So they got a cream colored jersey with blue pinstripes and the same Creighton script.
John,
it's going to be a good-looking team.
Should they go back to the uniforms they wore at the College World Series in the early 90s where they had the Canadian maple leaf on their logo because they just stole it?
They did not have a Canadian maple leaf. It was just the bird head.
No,
they actually had a faux back from their previous uniforms that mimicked those uniforms, but it had the modern day logo on it.
John, are you sure? I thought that the logo that they had back then did have the maple leaf on it. Am I misremembering here?
No, I did not. I did not have the maple leaf.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it did, but maybe I'm wrong.
I have a hot take.
Okay.
I don't really like pinstripes on baseball uniforms.
That is horrible.
There,
Why?
I said it.
Why?
I don't like the way they look. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, John, I found a story from White and Blue Review, Creighton logos through history, and the baseball one indeed has the Toronto Blue Jay, and it literally had the maple leaf on it.
Incredible.
What on earth? How did they think to not delete that or get rid of it?
Yeah. What's a good season for the
a lot of Canadian players, I guess.
I guess so.
Okay. What's a good season for the local teams, and how do you see doing the old dog pile at the Chuck come late June? Who do you see?
Who do you see? Not Nebraska. What's a good season? Nebraska having an actual conference championship in the regular season and not being the most frustrating baseball team in the history of the world, I think is where I would go with them. I think Creighton, given the success that they had last year, at the very least matching it in the grand postseason, but a regular season, I forget. They won the regular season last year, John, didn't they?
They won the regular season and the tournament.
I'd say matching what they did last year. And then for our friends at Omaha, just keep on being you, win some games, trigger some people, and maybe play close to some of the best teams on your
Hey, you're in the
schedule.
Summit League. You got a chance. You go to the tournament, you win. I would say a good season, really, for both Nebraska and Creighton is getting into the tournament. Now, for the Jays, that usually has to revolve around at least winning one of the two championships. I think for Nebraska, it's playing better in the non-conference.
Yes, honestly,
so
they
that you are
Creighton this year,
so that you are not having to make a deep run or win the whole thing in Omaha.
Yes,
to get the bid in, you want to be good enough to get there. I would say winning a regular season championship, that would be an extraordinary year. I don't think they're going to do that this year because, you at UCLA and Oregon are going to be really, really good. But being good enough to get in as an at-large would be a good year for Nebraska. Getting into the tournament would be a good year for Creighton, and winning the Summit League.
Real quick before we go on from into a different sport, Aaron texts in. I think of everybody, I'd expect the pinstripes take. I think Nick wouldn't have that crap take. Pinstripes are maybe the best thing about baseball for some people. It's great.
That's a terrible take.
Aaron finishes, My Chemical Romance thinks that's a bad take, Nick.
Okay, fine. If your favorite thing about baseball is just pinstripes, what the hell is that?
I mean, I do like pinstripes, though, in baseball.
Pinstripes look awesome.
Those are slick.
John,
that's a wild take, Nick.
Very nice.
John, not that you actually care anymore, but NASCAR's back.
Oh, yeah, he hates NASCAR now.
Kyle Busch is on the pole for Daytona. The qualifying races are tonight. The big one is on Sunday. That is a double meaning for the NASCAR people out there.
The big one?
Because when they're at Daytona and
Don't
super
explain
speedways, they always say the big one. It refers to a crash that's always going to happen.
Crash. Yeah.
Oh, like the one that happened with that one guy?
Blackdale.
That's the one.
After a turbulent offseason of lawsuits and testimony and the revival of the chase format, what's in store for the sport in 2026?
Lawsuits? This sounds like college football to me, John.
They are leaning hard into trying to bring back some nostalgia with just good old boys and having fun and being loud and driving fast.
My car and my dog.
The key is to have the right personalities in the drivers.
Do they?
Because that's what made the sport back in the day, was the personalities of the drivers. Unfortunately, there's just a lot of kind of corporate, not a lot of color in the drivers in terms of, personality. sometimes it comes across, even when people do try to show personalities, more whiny than it is anything else.
We used to get fights in NASCAR.
It's all going to be driven
corporate NASCAR,
literally and figuratively,
Actually,
by
yeah.
the personalities of the drivers. And I don't know if that's going to change. So we'll see. I mean, I'm just glad that this year I can actually see the race. I'm not traveling somewhere or doing a basketball
Unless
game.
it's
I'll be
delayed
able to
because of
watch.
weather, and then it's on like a Wednesday morning at 2 a.m.
Well, that's true. That's always possible in Daytona, but hopefully they'll get the race in on time, on schedule, in the daytime, where it's supposed to be. No more of this nighttime crap. I want
my
this
dog for a
race
walk
to
the
be
whole race.
contested in the daytime.
You're
going to be walking a long time.
I was planning on watching it, my first Daytona 500 in years.
Why aren't you?
I'm going to be on my way back from Minneapolis.
Why are
St.
you going to
Paul.
Minneapolis?
We have a concert we're going to on Valentine's Day.
You were so pumped for the return of college baseball, and the first weekend you're going to leave to go to a concert?
Yep, for Valentine's Day.
I thought you liked baseball.
I do.
Interesting.
ESPN's Field Yates says Fernando Mendoza can transform the Raiders. Do you think he's that good of a QB prospect?
No, he's not. This is going to be my hobby horse, John. I like Fernando Mendoza. He's solid. He's obviously a huge weirdo, which is another reson why people really dig him.
Oh, sure. Man loves God, and you call him a weirdo.
That's not why he's a weirdo. But I feel like I'm missing something with him being this obvious number one draft pick at quarterback. I just don't think that he's going to do what the Raiders are hoping he does. I would love to be wrong. This is one of the few times where I'm going to have a strong take, and I kind of hope I'm wrong.
Are we sure
Now,
the Raiders taking
I'm not trying to lean into the whole God bit, but
wow,
there's a Tim Tebow like quality to Mendoza in his personality and in his game.
But he can actually throw the football.
He can. Now, remember, people forget Tebow could throw the ball too in college.
True.
I think he can be a good quarterback, but I don't know. I'm still having a hard time seeing transformative quarterback. In fact, I'm having a very hard time seeing transformative quarterback. I don't see the same physical attributes. You know, I'll use my quarterback, Matthew Stafford. When he came out from Georgia, you saw the physical attributes. He was big, he had a strong arm, he was accurate, made good decisions. Was at that time was mobile.
His wife hadn't done a podcast yet.
Mendoza can do some of those things, and certainly is a big game performer. He has been that this past year.
That is inarguable, absolutely.
But I would not go as far as saying transform.
Well, maybe it depends on like if he goes to the Dolphins, I bet he would elevate them.
Well, he'd probably be transformed. He'd
turn into a dolphin.
No, he's mobile. Tua was not.
Interesting.
Rumors are that the Rams, 49ers, and Australia, good eye mate, will open the season Labor Day weekend to account for the extra travel time and recovery. Go to hell, college football. Here comes the NFL to spoil your Labor Day.
Where is I haven't seen this, John. Is this from anybody reputable, or is it just a bunch of people on
It's just
the
folks
internet?
spitballing right now because they're trying to figure out how the schedule is going to work. That is, I mean, you're going literally halfway around the world, and that would be if they played that game week 1, it would put those two teams in a decided disadvantage for week 2, or they would have to have a bye in week 2. So the idea was, well,
Play it on Monday night in America.
Play it either Sunday or Monday of Labor Day weekend, and that gives them the week to come back. And
you know what, John? Have you seen? I know that you are always looking at the week 1 schedule. Have you seen the week 1 schedule in college football? It ain't like that dynamite. And right now, the Sunday game. Now Notre Dame, Wisconsin on Sunday is pretty good. The Monday game is SMU and Florida State. Move that into the afternoon and put this NFL game on Labor Day night in prime time. That'd be weird, man. The NFL season open. It'd be like baseball. This is like baseball playing the opening season in Japan, a week and a half before the rest of the sport plays. Weird.
By the way, the time difference is...
We figured this out when the news came out. The game will basically, if it's prime time here, it's like noon there.
It is 10:47 tomorrow morning in Sydney.
So that's why if you played it at 7 o'clock here, it would be noon. And so you could do a night game here, and it would be a normal kickoff time over there.
Right.
Finally, Ole Miss assistant Joe
Judge.
It says Joe Judge. Testifying today in the Trinidad Chambliss. I need a 7th year of college football eligibility trial. Ladies looking for a baby daddies, listen up.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have. It's not a popular thing, but this is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season. We're going to have a baby during the season. And you'd have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season. That father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority. Now,
Joe Judge, what a putz. Do you agree with what he had to say there, Nick, about educating your wife?
No.
Hey, honey, come over. I need to educate you on my job.
It's really gross.
I get to sleep in a different room and never take care of our child.
First of all, how did this ever come up in this trial?
Great question, John. What does that have to do with anything? Joe Judge,
Well, it probably does, because Trinidad Chambliss, like a lot of other college athletes, are going to be, in their 30s.
That's true.
That's when people start thinking about, having families and, children and stuff. And so it becomes more prevalent, for that 32-year-old college junior. Hey, you got to make sure during football season, you got to be about football. You got to ignore that baby and just pretend like they're just like a dog. Just leave them outside and don't pay attention to
By the way, he was just granted another year of eligibility. Congratulations to all of the 35-year-olds who still want to play college football. You are allowed to do so. Wow. Ross Dellinger tweets, in reading the decision, Mississippi Judge Robert Whitwell is growing emotional. Good Lord.
Okay.
You
really?
all suck.
Really?
Losers.
Really?
Yeah, John. Really. Really.
I'm starting to lose faith in our judicial system.
Wow, interesting. Stunned it took so long.
Wild.
Jordan says, is he going to Ole Miss or LSU? No, he will be a Ole Miss Rebel. He'll be a Ole Miss Rebel.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm. You know what else is incredible?
What's for dinner?
Boom.
And I've got breaking news from the food industry.
Okay.
That we will have coming up on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy Basketball rolling on. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and a whole lot more are back. Underdog, best place to get in on all the action, especially because you can make picks and win money right now in Nebraska. So easy to do so. Download the app. Very great app. Intuitive, easy to use, easy to navigate. Find a player that you like that's going to go higher or lower on a variety of stats. You got steals, you got rebounds, you got points, and so many more. Plus, John, if they get their picks right, and again, in Nebraska, they could win up to 5,000 times their cash.
Make sure you download the app today. And remember, you can play in Nebraska. No crossing the border. Use our promo code at sign up. That's 1620 The Zone to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone. With Underdog, make picks. Win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Tonight, very simple meal: some chicken breasts, little rice, mixed vegetables. Something simple, but healthy.
Are you making it or is she making it?
She made it.
Oh, it's already done.
Yes.
Nice.
Sounds like
normally when I get home,
it's in the oven like it's Mad Men.
It's been warming for an hour.
I have a plate in the oven, dear. So it sounds like we are going to go to a new Mexican restaurant in town that one of Rissa's bosses recommended.
And so Carlos O'Kelly's
Mexican Cafe.
Romeo's?
I'm leaning enchiladas.
Oh, you mean burritos with sauce on
and a margarita. But
Nice.
I'm leaning. I might do shrimp enchiladas.
Mm.
We'll find out. I'll let you know tomorrow what I ended up having.
I don't know about tonight. I will pick something up on our way home, but I haven't decided what yet.
Taco Bell.
No.
Why not?
It's not what I'm craving.
McDonald's.
No.
McDonald's.
No.
Burger King.
McDonald's.
What else is there? Jimmy John's?
No.
Subway. Eat fresh.
No.
You're like, I really miss that one guy who used to do all those Subway ads.
Happy Gilmore?
No, the other guy.
Oh.
John, you said you had some breaking news.
Oh, yeah, John. What's the news?
Well, we have news from the fast food industry.
Is that one of the Fast and Furious movies?
Hello, Mr. Food?
No, it's not. It's not one of those. Oh. Steak and Shake.
Your favorite place in all of the land.
Which
can be found at the Union, at the Nebraska Student Union.
I don't know if it can anymore. I think it closed.
What, did COVID kill steak?
Well, I'm double checking here.
Shake?
6, 8. Yeah, I don't think we have it anymore here in Nebraska. Well, hey, they're trying to turn back the clock.
Okay.
Steak and Shake announced today that they're removing all microwaves from its restaurants. We expect every unit to be microwave free by April 15th. Quality restaurants don't need microwaves. It's part of our journey to improve food quality and use traditional methods of cooking only. Eat real food.
So are they going to use an air fryer then? Right? That's probably what you do.
That's where I'd put my money.
Going to use the griddle or...
And you still got to warm stuff up a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Time to time.
I bet air fryer.
Air fryer.
We're just going to fry everything, deep fry it.
That sounds awesome.
Put it in oil.
Yeah.
All right, tomorrow it's a One Beer Friday. Ken's Movie Club will be back. We will finally get to The Sting.
Mm-hmm. Jack Mitchell as well.
See ya.
Goodbye.